travel, a session with the pitch doctors, how to make great content, scaling from the GCC, and the finale of the pitch competition. Who will be crowned the Web Summit Qatar 2024 pitch winner? So much to do today, so let's get on with it. Now, much of the GCC has been blessed with vast mineral resources. Can the wealth generated from burning fossil fuels be used to combat global warming? Can developments in technology pave the way for a greener Middle East? To discuss innovation for impact, in conversation with Peter Prengerman of Associated Press, please welcome Rama Chakaki of Transform VC and Sky Kurtz, the founder and CEO of Pure Harvest Farms.
All right, hello everybody. It's great to be with you all today. I'm really excited for this conversation. Before we get going, I want to frame our discussion a little bit by reflecting on where we are. We are in Qatar, part of the GCC, an area of the world that has made enormous wealth with oil and gas, two of the main drivers of climate change, and this particular part of the world is being hit really hard by climate change. Extreme heat, drought, diminishing groundwater, these are just some of the challenges in the region. At the same time, a combination of the capital of this region, the need to solve these problems, and the entrepreneurial spirit, I think, make it a place that can make some of the solutions. All right, so with that as the frame, let's get going. I want to ask each of you to briefly describe what it is your company does and where you operate. Why don't we start with you, Rama?
Thank you. So my company is Transform VC. We operate out of Silicon Valley. We are a deep tech impact firm, which means we invest in companies that have AI plus climate or social impact.
Okay. Sky?
Yeah, I'm Sky Kurtz, the co-founder and CEO of Pure Harvest Smart Farms, and we're a technology-enabled agribusiness based here in the GCC, started in the United Arab Emirates, but we design, procure, construct and operate controlled environment agriculture solutions and develop technologies that improve the efficiency of those solutions, but to farm fresh produce and make it possible in previously impossible climates and places in the world. And we sell under a consumer brand, Pure Harvest, in grocery stores, in hotels, restaurants, catering, et cetera.
Rama, I want to ask you this. You know, I cover climate change and businesses and sustainability, and I think there's a feeling among many businesses, it's changing, but that you can't make money and worry about the environment at the same time, that those things are mutually exclusive. I wonder if you come across this idea, this attitude, you know, in the work that you do and the investors that you talk to, and then how you confront it.
Absolutely. So historically, we viewed the investment tech sector and the social impact or climate impact sector as mutually exclusive, with one offering outlier financial returns and the other offering outlier sustainability returns or impact, if you will. And today, our premise, our thesis as a fund is you no longer have to compromise. You can have an impact entrepreneur who's a tech entrepreneur as well, who can guarantee both outlier financial and impact returns. And it's definitely something that our investors are very mindful of. Initially, we got some pushback, but we also chose investors that could comprehend this and are aligning with this mission and are finding graceful ways to do it.
So they're not mutually exclusive,
Not
right?
mutually exclusive. They're very much hand in hand, especially today with current technologies in AI and robotics, they make it so much more accessible and plausible.
Okay. Sky, I want to ask you a similar question, but maybe in a different way. When you were getting Pure Harvest off the ground, what came first? Did you decide that you wanted to operate in a sustainable way, or did you operate in a sustainable way because that was the way to be successful in a part of the world that's really hard hit with climate change?
It was admittedly the latter, right? As much as we are purpose-driven and it is quite fundamental to what we all sought to achieve in building Pure Harvest, that making clean, safe, sustainable, affordable produce available everywhere. But ultimately, we see sustainability as part of our competitive advantage. And when you think of farming, interestingly and counterintuitively, my big pitch to investors early on when people were like, I'm going to do tomatoes in the desert, and people thought I was crazy. I was saying, no, we can be the most efficient farmers in the world, and here's why. The chemical process of photosynthesis is sunlight, CO2, water, nutrients. Where is there the most sun and CO2 in the world, right? In the Middle East. But then interestingly, you go down the other side, all the inputs to the farming process. You need light, labor, land, energy, water, taxation, transportation, capital. If you go down that list and benchmark, say, us against Europe, which was Holland, for example, exports all over the world, twice the light, lower labor costs, cheap and getting cheaper energy and more renewable, low taxes, capital availability. We crush it on every one of these dimensions. So that was the big belief, is that counterintuitively we could be the greatest place in the world to farm if you could solve for climate. So what it was about is the technology and methods and the commitment to solve those challenges. And really, ultimately, by solving those, we're creating a more sustainable food production method. Because when you're air freighting fresh produce to the Middle East, right, you're literally burning jet fuel to fly sacks of water around, is ultimately what you're doing. That can't be sustainable, and it can't be the way we feed people in this region 50 years from now. Yeah.
Well, let me follow up on that a little bit, because I think even today, most people think of farming as, the guy out in the field, and you've got the sun, and you've got all these different elements. Weather can destroy crops. You can have good years, bad years. But really, what you're doing is very different, right? I mean, this is technological farming. And so I want to ask you to kind of step back for a second and maybe wonk out a little bit and tell us about some of the technical parts, where technology comes into your farming.
Certainly. I think you're right. The new farming is really food infrastructure. We're more analogous to a data center or an airport than we are to a traditional farm in some ways. And the reason why is, first of all, it's controlled environment ag. We build a structure and we protect the crops inside and regulate the inputs they receive and the climate that they operate in to make possible optimal production, right? And that's essentially a manufacturing process. The technologies, though, it ranges from, of course, there's the infrastructure itself, glass, steel, aluminum, infrastructure, et cetera. But what's unique is things like the climate management systems. We use multiple climate systems and a software that controls them. And now, because we have years of data, of operating data, we're developing a machine learning algorithm that automates the climate management. We've also developed an AI/ML tool that allows us to yield forecast. So we not only take the climate data, the crop measurements, the historical yields, and then we use an ensemble learning model that uses multiple regression techniques to predict the output of the farm. And that's a huge importance for not only the economics of production, but also commercial commitments. You can't commit to a customer, I'm going to deliver this much produce, if you don't have some accuracy of those estimates, right? So we're developing, there's both software and hardware making this possible. But then also we're standing on the shoulder of giants. We're not the first to think of hydroponic irrigation. There's a huge global industry for this, and innovators. So we buy what we can, build what we must, and then kind of partner where something's really special and efficient, where we don't have any unique insight to innovate any further, and we system integrate a solution that provides the optimal cost of production for the minimal resource inputs. That includes capital, energy, water, et cetera. And that's how we farm differently, right? It's a very complex process, but really it's a very integrated solution to deliver the outcome of clean, safe, sustainable, and more affordable produce.
And the result is, I mean, if you could just compare for a second the amount of produce you can get in the amount of land compared to traditional farming.
Yeah, we're the world's leading tomato production, for example, in terms of yield per meter squared. We maximize what we call the light efficiency. the unit of sunlight per kilogram of output, the photonic energy into food. We see ourselves as an energy company. We're an energy transition company, converting sun to calories as cheaply as possible. And so what we're getting now in yields, I mean, in tomato on the vine, for example, we're typically exceeding, on the low end, it'll be 10 to 15 times, and depending on the field farms in the Middle East, over 20 times the output per meter. We're also getting 7 to 10 times the output per unit of water versus a traditional low-tech greenhouse, versus field farming over 35 times more water efficient, which is a step change in resource efficiency for a region where, admittedly, water is the most valuable resource here. Oil's second. It's just we haven't valued water yet.
Yeah. Rama, I want to ask you at the beginning of our talk, I mentioned the enormous wealth built from fossil fuels in this region. How does Transform BC interpret that? I mean, do you take money from investors that come from fossil fuels when you are working to invest in companies that are climate friendly? I mean, what's the criteria?
Sure. So we do look for consistency in impact investing. And so we have turned down many investors from other sectors like pharmaceutical or in other spaces. But we are selective with those we take money from who are in the fossil fuel business, and we're typically looking for intent of change, number one, and number two, that lifelong consistency. So take, for example, Doha. I worked on the bid for the World Cup, and back then it was on the sustainability chapters of the bid. And I talked to a lot of the leadership in the country, and the conversations were very difficult, but very optimistic in terms of their commitment to offset whatever the climate challenges are going to be with the build-out. And fast forward 12 years later or more, you could see that their commitment went through on all of the promises that they made, whether it was in the modularized construction of certain stadiums, to the giving to different communities, and supporting carbon offsets and other matters. So that consistency then gives us the assurance that, okay, they've got the wealth, this is where it came from, but they are very committed to putting that money into good use for the benefit of everyone at large in the world, both them and others elsewhere. And so we start working with them on projects of transformation. We haven't done that yet, but here's an example. One of the companies we've invested in is looked on to be a very transformational company in the battery swapping technology space. They will do for electric vehicles what Elon Musk has done for one car brand, they're doing for any electric brand out there. Through battery swapping, you can just drive up to their station in under 5 minutes, swap the battery, and move on. And it's cheaper than fossil fuels, and it's a very sustainable system for us, because the same people that invested in building the gas stations are now putting in ample battery swapping stations. So partnering with fossil fuel companies that are saying, we know we're going to go out of business, here's a new business we can invest in that's better for the climate, it makes perfect sense.
And in those discussions, how do you make sure that there is accountability? When a company tells you, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, talk a little bit about how you build into their business plan to make sure that that happens.
Sure. So we look for several layers of impact. We first look at who we're investing in. And typically, we're looking at founders that have been through social and climate challenges themselves. We have founders who were refugees, sons and daughters of immigrants who were farmers, and people who really had their finger on the pulse when it comes to the social and climate challenges that we're investing in. Second, we sit down with the founders before we even invest and ask for metrics. And even though we are a deep tech fund, and it's almost taboo to talk about anything other than the bottom line in Silicon Valley, we take those conversations very seriously and say, what is the one unit of measure that we're going to hold you accountable for from day one? And we start that journey with them. And our investors have signed up for that. So they understand that we're taking impact as seriously as we're taking their outlier financial returns. And as we move forward in the journey, if there's any stumbling blocks for founders that are going through financial difficulty, we bring in our advisors, we bring in our investors, and see how we can guide them so that they're not letting go of impact in favor of returns.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit with both of you and go a little bit personal, because I find as a journalist covering climate change, one of the most interesting things, of course, are the people who are working in this space and learning about their journey to what it is that they do. And getting to know both of you a little bit before this, I realized that neither of you woke up one day or just said, I'm gonna work in sustainability. I'm gonna tackle some major climate issues. It took a journey to get to this place, and so I just want to ask both of you to talk a little bit about that. And Sky, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, so despite my name being Sky, I wasn't born a hippie, and I didn't have some eco cause from day one. Admittedly, actually, I grew up in a very low-income family in America, and specifically in a small town in northern Arizona, which you're familiar because you were in Phoenix, called Jerome. So you know this microscopic point on a map. But I grew up, poor, and I wanted to get out of poverty. So I literally had one mission when I was young, which was whatever pays best. And so I left right out of undergrad. I studied finance and economics, went to Wall Street. I had never even been to New York. I didn't know what Wall Street was, but I heard they had a lot of money there. And so I went straight to Wall Street to start my career at Lehman Brothers, the famed investment bank, and then moved into private equity, et cetera. Along the way, though, I had this vision that, hey, once I make it, once I have financial security, then the world will be great, I'll be happy. But the interesting thing is I had finally reached that point. After Stanford Business School, I'd gone back to private equity, investing in technology. I worked in Silicon Valley. I then said, I kind of got to that point, what I thought was the top of the mountain, and I had an existential crisis. I thought, is this what I'm here to do with my time and talents on this planet? And I could, with all respect to anyone deploying capital, I want to say I greatly respect the profession and love it. But I really had to reach to say the pension fund that I help helps people. I really had to, I didn't feel a tangible identity and touch to the impact I had in the world. And so I started to try and look for what was next. And it led me on the journey I'm on now, right? I led a composite materials business that replaces steel and infrastructure with more sustainable infrastructure. I founded Vents, which was like a Fitbit for cows and sheep that digitizes rotational grazing, which we exited to Merck. And then I founded Pure Harvest Smart Farms. And what I've found in this is not only really exciting businesses, wonderful applications of technology in complex industries, but I found purpose. And I think that's been really important to me. And I think as I've gone on, I'm surrounded by other people that share that cause. I've been part of the COP summits, right? I was part of the UAE's delegation to the COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland. And I was part of winning the COP summit for 28 in the UAE, and I was proud of that. And then also being part of it there, it's opening my eyes, right? You're at the coalface of confronting things like climate change every day, which only, I think, reinvigorates your focus and purpose. I also had a daughter. I have a 3.5-year-old girl who I'm completely in love with, and I think about the world we're leaving her, and it just reinvigorates my focus on this cause. So I really found my way to that purpose, but I think it's made for a more fulfilling career and a more fulfilling life.
Yeah, I love that image of getting to the top of the mountain and then being like, now what?
What have I done?
What have I done? Rama, how about you?
So I was born in Syria, but then grew up in Saudi Arabia on the coastline of the same Gulf that we're at here. And as a young person, we spent a lot of time with the family on the beach. We spent a lot of time in the farms of the Saudi friends that we had. And so there was a connection to nature, whether I was in Al Khubar, Saudi Arabia, or in Syria when we would go visit my grandparents. And back then, in the 70s, the communities lived much more in harmony with nature, and you could feel that healing property of nature in the calm that surrounded everyone. When I moved back to the region years later, I felt that the built environment was taking over people's personal spaces and comforts, and in conversations with a lot of the Emiratis that I worked with, you could sense that. You can sense that disconnection from nature and how negative the impact was on the well-being of people. Took up diving, my first investment was in a wildlife production company that documented all of the flora and fauna of the region, and just absolutely fell in love with everything from the anemones to the fish that we were covering underwater and the landscape. And from there, I started investing in companies that were doing either climate education in schools, or other sort of like harvesting water from the humidity. Just kind of seeing how we can somehow preserve what we had before, or bring some of it back.
Okay. Well, we're almost out of time, but in the short amount that we have left, I want to ask each of you maybe to give something to the people in the audience with a piece of advice for anybody out there who is thinking about investing, in the climate space, or founding a company and working. Why don't we start with you, Rama? One piece of advice.
You have to love climate and be absolutely passionate about it to invest in it. And I'd love to have a conversation with you after this.
My view is don't abandon the fundamentals of economics and the motivations of the incumbent system that you're trying to disrupt, right? Farmers, they need to make a living. They have resource constraints. They live in political environments that have complexity. But you've really got to acknowledge those realities, because your cause and your belief in your cause isn't enough. There needs to be a business case. So I actually believe in the very beginning of your solution design, you need to be thinking about how can sustainability be a source of competitive advantage in this industry, not if you're relying on a benefactor billionaire or some policy change that borrows from someone else's pocket to put in yours to make your industry exist, it's going to be a tough go. And so I think that be mindful that it still needs to be a real, there's one pillar of sustainability people don't talk about is profitability. And it's a key pillar if you want to scale that solution and have a real impact. But then if you think about that ahead of time, you can design a better business case and ultimately have a greater impact.
All right, well, I want to thank you both. Thanks, everybody, for being with us. Rama Shikaki, partner at Transform VC, and Sky Kurtz, founder and CEO of Pure Harvest Smart Farms. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rama, Sky, and Peter, for such a great conversation. A round of applause for them, please. Thanks to all of you who are just joining us now. Good morning. It's probably been a late night for some of you all, but we're glad that you've joined us at center stage at Web Summit this morning. Now, you remember the movie Ready Player One, and you've heard of the metaverse, of course. But how can you and I build on our own worlds and communities there? Imagine a virtual nation, one where you can build immersive experiences, fuel shared prosperity, and own your own destiny, all with just one single click. Well, there's no need to imagine anymore. You can experience the metaverse for yourself in this next session. Now it's time to learn more about owning your world. Please welcome to the stage Improbable co-founder and CEO, Herman Narula.
Hello, it's a wonderful pleasure to be back in Doha. It's kind of a bewildering time to be alive. You know, there are so many simultaneous revolutions happening right now that even as a technologist, it's difficult to keep track of things. You know, the birth of large language models and generative AI are being combined with a boom in digital assets and a revolution in the way that people spend their time. And for me personally, as a person working on the metaverse, where this all comes together is in virtual worlds. Virtual worlds are the crucible in which all of these technologies and all of these changes start to transform our culture. And I think if you were born in the 80s or the 90s or any time after that, video games and the time we spend there are no stranger to you or to your loved ones. These have become parts of our lives. But what's begun to shift is the purpose of these experiences. They're no longer just entertainment. They're starting to become how millions of people earn money or find connection or even expand what they can experience in the real world. So I think I want to illustrate that by just showing you some of the thousands of people that we've been engaging in events with over the last few months with a little video that'll just give you a glimpse as to how the world is changing. So quite a lot there, and I'll unpack it a little bit for you. You're seeing there one of the first ever baseball matches broadcast into the metaverse to people from hundreds of places, thousands of people showing up, singing, interacting, engaging in ways they never could in the real world, to matches they may never have attended. You're seeing celebrities from footballers to K-pop stars to music producers engaging in an authentic way, live, with audiences, once again, who may never have had the chance to meet them in the real world, who may never have even had the means to meet them in the real world. And what we've begun to see through these experiences is that they transcend entertainment and become new kinds of digital communities. In one of those examples, a producer made a song live, sampling the crowd and their own ideas, turning that into a piece of music that would never otherwise have existed. And these communities are not just different because of the activities they're engaging in. They're also powered by totally new technology. We've pioneered the use of technology that enables tens of thousands of people to congregate simultaneously inside virtual worlds. And that's opened up wholly new types of cultural experience. And we're continuing to experiment now with partners across music, fashion, entertainment in all sorts of areas, and especially sport, where we're finding that virtual attendance is quickly becoming a major opportunity for both those that create and produce sporting content, but also for leagues and owners as well. But it's starting to go further than that. And the reason it's going further than that is because these systems are becoming economies of their own. Suddenly, digital assets, already worth thousands of dollars, can be given utility in virtual spaces where people can use them not merely as a means of entertainment, but as a means of co-ownership in the value created in these worlds. And that really excites me. As a person from India, I'm deeply enthralled by the concept of people from around the world suddenly having a means of making money inside virtual worlds which they can access anywhere they have a mobile phone. Traditionally, the cost of building these types of experiences has made them the purview of just a few large companies. But generative AI is starting to change that. Now anybody can begin to build experiences that can reach thousands of people. And these experiences are starting to connect together, becoming part of an ever more diverse tapestry of experiences that are really an economy of both cultural artifacts, of communities, and of people interacting together in ways that weren't possible before. So what are the implications for this for our society? Well, there's a branch of psychology called self-determination theory. And it teaches that what each of us really crave isn't just a good job or good food or a place to live and to be, but we also crave fulfillment. We need experiences that push us, that make us able to have relatedness, the sense of meaning something to other people, competitiveness, the need to excel, to show that we can win and be better than others at activities that we enjoy, but also autonomy, the ability to be heard, to make change, to make choices that really matter to people. And what's interesting is if fulfillment is not something that people can access easily or can access in ways that really expand their horizons, it can become extremely limiting for people. Over 30 years of research shows us that this nourishment of the soul is a really important aspect of human life. And for billions of people around the world, say a Manchester United fan in Singapore or a person who might never get to go to a concert, the fulfillment that comes from these experiences is not optional. It's something that people deeply require and need in order to nourish themselves and their communities. So this is what I mean when we talk about the metaverse. The metaverse is really the expansion of this set of seemingly entertainment-focused experiences into an engine of fulfillment powered by a digital asset economy that can be co-owned by communities around the world. And the technology to do this is here. What's really starting to change now are the patterns of economic behavior and use that are driving these things into fulfillment engines. As we start to look at a world where AI takes more and more, not just of the jobs that people do, but of the opportunities people have to contribute to different aspects of society, we need to start to think beyond that, to experiences, worlds, and environments that can give human beings even more opportunity, even more fulfillment, meaning, and optionality than the real world itself can provide. And as the technology to build immersive experiences, as VR and AR start to pick up, as we've seen both with the launch of the Vision Pro, but also with cheaper devices more accessible to people around the world, this starts to create ways for communities to gather virtually and form meaningful relationships that are even in excess of what we've seen today. And I begin to wonder then what to really call these communities. If what we're dealing with are groups of people that can earn an income, can have ownership, can have agency, can even start to make decisions about how these worlds operate. And if these worlds are transnational, to me they look a lot like countries. And perhaps we're coming into a future where the notion of nation itself begins to become broadened by what the metaverse and what virtual worlds have to offer. Now, I can see some skeptical faces in the audience, so I should give a few numbers here. We're talking about an activity in terms of video gaming that is done today by billions of people globally. The average age of a gamer is 34 years old. I mean, that's an incredible contrast to how things were just a decade ago. This is an industry that's almost $200 billion in size and beginning to expand beyond its bounds into basically every aspect of entertainment. And for the more shall we say, economically grounded among you in the audience, the reason this is happening is simple. Virtual experiences are just more profitable than almost every other form of media. Once you can get dollars or even tens of dollars per user out of an experience through digital asset sales and direct interaction, it greatly exceeds the revenue that can come from other forms of culture. Even the biggest football clubs in the world make very little money per fan because they have very little fulfillment to offer for all of those fans around the world who can't come to the game, who can't be present, who can't interact with players, who can't engage with others. So who are going to be the winners and losers in this metaverse-based society? I think one of the first groups of people that will really prosper and profit from this are going to be creatives. People around the world who maybe can't necessarily easily find an audience or easily find revenue streams or ways of engaging with people that wouldn't have been possible without this technology. And that starts to branch out into IP owners as well. All aspects of our culture are going to become supercharged with new opportunities to create value that have never existed before. But I think finally the people that will most benefit are our young people, who are going to have totally new ways to find connection, create and build amazing relationships that don't just involve entertainment, but expand into education and into ways for them to create and experience community. We're also going to see that isolated groups, communities that have typically been left behind, who've not been able to access or interact with one another, are going to find new ways to connect. And unlike social media, which can be deeply divisive, the data seems to show that shared experiences in virtual worlds has a very different effect. One of the last places where rich or poor, wherever you live, wherever you might be from, whatever gender or orientation you might be, that you are almost completely equal is inside the matchmaking queue of a video game. There is a certain true equality to living inside and being part of virtual experiences where you can be, for some people, your true self, and where you can engage in freedom and in activities that can broaden who you are. And what's interesting is this doesn't just affect the virtual world, it starts to affect the real world too. People take these experiences, these positive interactions, and they bring them out into the real world. In some of the experiments we've done, by bringing people into sporting experiences that they may not have tried in the real world, we can see that they begin to become more interested in them as well. we can see that people from parts of the world who maybe wouldn't have been interested in a particular activity start to experience it and then increase their intention to visit. This is something that data has started to show as well. From my perspective, the last thing any of us should do is dismiss virtual worlds and the metaverse as pure entertainment or pure distraction. To do that would be fatal, because this is already beginning to shape our society. And I think it is incumbent upon decision makers, investors, politicians, and creatives to start to look at this medium as what it really is, the substrate of the beginning of a new age in our society. And it can be both positive and negative. We've seen in the past how new mediums, new communities online can also be negative experiences. And this is why engagement with this is so important. And if we were able to harness this, I think it begins to create an engine of growth, particularly in industries and in parts of the world which do not have access to other forms of growth. Bringing all of those things together into healthy digital communities powered by digital assets could become an antidote to AI-driven economic disruption and the beginning of an entirely new phase in our economy. Thank you.
Good morning once again, everyone. Welcome to those of you who've just joined us. Now, data trackers set the amount raised by African startups in 2023 at between $3 and $4 billion, from $4.6 billion to $6.5 billion in total funding the previous year. Though down, the African tech landscape is experiencing a profound transformation. Yet despite this, and despite being the youngest and fastest growing population in the world, vast swathes of the African population still live in poverty. So, what role will tech play in driving Africa's future? To learn more about the emerging tech force in Africa, please join me in welcoming to the stage from the Associated Press, Peter Prengerman, Elizabeth Rosiello, the founder and CEO of Aza Finance, and the CEO and co-founder of Africa Communications Media Group, Mimi Kalinda.
Hi, good morning everyone. Can you hear me? All right, so I'm Tej Kenel Kafor, a technology journalist, and I cover startups and venture capital for publications like TechCrunch. Here with me, we have Mimi and we have Elizabeth. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. A little vibe, yeah, thanks. Okay, so yeah, Mimi, tell us about yourself, Elizabeth.
Absolutely, happy to. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Mimi Kalinda. I lead a company called Africa Communications Media Group. We're one of the leading PR companies on the continent, based out of Johannesburg, Nairobi, as well as Côte d'Ivoire in Abidjan.
Hi, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Rosiello. I'm the founder and CEO of Aza Finance. We're a 10-year-old African fintech that buys, sells, and settles African currencies to some of the largest companies in the world and some of Africa's fastest growing fintechs.
Great. So we all know about Africa and how, we have different forecasts about Africa being the youngest and youngest population in the world, and by 2030 or 2050 we'll have about 400 million people. And we know that our young population and fast-growing population is a key driver, right, to the emerging tech scene that we've seen on the continent. But is that enough? What do you think?
Well, I definitely think that numbers are not what it's all about. I think that, this idea about, we have the youngest population, we're going to have the biggest population, et cetera, is fantastic, absolutely worth noting. However, my view is that that population could either be a huge asset, not just to the continent, but globally. Because when we talk about this youth dividend, we're not just talking about it in the context of Africa, in the context of the world, the entire world. These are people who could either really contribute or be huge liabilities. And I think that where we are right now, there's a ticking time bomb. So what are we doing then to use technology, use innovation to create the type of ecosystem through education, infrastructure, the right policies to make sure that this youth dividend actually goes more towards being an asset as opposed to being a liability. So I'm worried, to be honest, and I think we're at a place where it's becoming urgent to really accelerate the pace of change and development so that we can utilize this youth population for the good.
Elizabeth, what do you think?
Well, I'm going to come at this from a founder and a builder. I moved to Nairobi in 2009, and I was working in microfinance. And at that time, the problem was, how do we give financial services to low-density populations? So how do we give it to northern Tanzania? And I'm sure there are places in this region as well where you have high-density populations and low-density populations. So then all the financial services go into the urban and peri-urban area. With technology, you're able to scale across high-density and low-density populations across a bigger landscape. Same operations, same product, same technology, whether it's traveling over the telco system or over the internet. I think it's really powerful. And we saw that in East Africa over 10 years ago with the advent of mobile money. And what we're seeing now is the ability to truly scale internationally across mega populations using a small team. we only have 225 employees, and we do $4 billion a year this year on transaction volume. And so it's just really, and we have offices in 7 African countries and cover the entire continent, the Middle East, Europe, the US. You don't need to have skyscrapers full of employees anymore to service large populations. And I think that's so powerful when you're building teams, organizations, and products.
Interesting. Talking about innovation, you mentioned M-Pesa and mobile money. What notable success stories have you seen from the continent that have either lifted people out of poverty or transformed their lives, financially, or just their well-being in general?
Yeah, there's so many, right? And I mean, we know the superstars. We speak about them all the time, M-Pesa, et cetera, et cetera. Right now, I'm really fascinated by the work of 2 companies. And I think one of the things about African tech, and I'm going to come back to that, I'll take back the term African tech, and I'll tell you why a little later on. But I think 2 companies that really fascinate me at the moment. One you wrote about recently, actually, which is Home Energy out of South Africa. It's a fantastic company that essentially, I live in Johannesburg, South Africa, and we've been dealing with huge energy and electricity issues. The word load shedding has become quite a thing. It's almost a swear word.
Especially in SA.
Yes, exactly. So, but Home Energy essentially connects homeowners and businesses to solar solutions and financing. And it's really helping. I think we need those types of innovations coming out of South Africa in particular. Just yesterday, I met an incredible group of young innovators from Cameroon. They're sitting right there in the audience, actually. Cassitech,
okay.
And fantastic. I was just saying to Elizabeth earlier on that I'm a huge proponent and an advocate for young innovators, but also Francophone innovators. Where is Francophone in the house? I'm Francophone, so I want to see more of that. But Cassitech is doing some incredible things out of Yaoundé and also Nigeria. And one of the products is called Eco Cassitech. And essentially what they do is they're revolutionizing waste management in Cameroon, which is a huge problem across the continent. But if you go to Yaoundé, you can see the scale of that problem. And essentially they link homeowners and businesses to waste collectors. The homeowners are able to get points, and there's kind of a whole system, incentivizing system, and waste collectors get paid for their work. So you're solving a number of different problems at the same time. So shout outs to the Cassitech team.
Awesome. Yeah, shout out to Cameroon as well. One of our biggest markets in the last 18 months was Cameroon. And, I'm also bilingual and bilingual, and, I left Kenya to go to Nigeria, which everybody knows is a mega market. But then I moved to Senegal, and all my Nigerian investors thought I was insane. And I was like, this is it. This is where it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And now Senegal is booming. And I'll give you a story from Senegal, which is Wave. Wave is the next version of what we know as M-Pesa. M-Pesa was the first mobile money to really take over a market and has like 99% market penetration in Kenya. 10 years later, we have a new iteration. And I love it when you start to see second generation. I don't feel threatened when I see new startups. I'm like invigorated because we need to catch up. Africa is only 50, 60 years old, a lot of these economies, post-colonialization. They really need to see a couple of generations of tech grow. And here we are, and Wave Financial came in, lessons learned from the first mobile money revolution, and they completely saturated the market and replaced one of the larger cash and like physical pickup networks, which was Wari, which was collapsing. And I think it's so exciting that you can see huge growth and market domination in like 1 to 2 years in something that used to take a decade or even 2 decades. So that's super exciting. Another one that we love to see is InterSwitch, which is the original African bank switch, and which today still offers 24/7 bank settlement. And there are a few countries in the world that offer 24/7 bank settlement. Yeah. The United States does not. So I think it's, we can't forget that we already started in these Africa tech stories ahead of a lot of developing worlds. And I hate it when people say, oh, there's no legacy infrastructure. Like, no, we just had better legacy infrastructure when we got started. So I think it's exciting to see in some markets we're already on generation 2.
Interesting. So piggybacking off what you just said about Africa compared to other emerging markets and tech ecosystems, there is this mindset that, or we like to say narrative, that Africa is like the last of all the emerging markets. So maybe India, Southeast Asia, LATAM, MENA, then Africa, right? How do you see Africa, like in terms, how does Africa compare, right, from your perspective, the tech ecosystem and the kind of innovation that comes out of it? And do you think what do you think we need to do to level up to other tech ecosystems?
Well, I'll start with the regulation. I mean, we don't have a regulator on the continent that is working as cooperatively and as fast as like the Singapore Monetary Authority, specifically in financial services. So, Singapore is a star. Everybody goes there globally. I don't think we have global companies coming to any African market for the regulation. They might be coming for other things, the vibe, the population, the opportunity, but definitely not for the regulator. There are huge steps being made by regulators, and I give the CBK, the Central Bank of Kenya, and the Nigerian Central Bank, the CBN, a lot of kudos, but we don't have that. That's differentiator. We are seeing now 2 unicorns out of South America, eBanks and dLocal, just published their annual reports talking about all their growth is coming from Africa. And they've actually entered the African market and are like booming. And once those 2 big names wrote those reports, you've seen a huge influx of South American companies and Asian companies. I think yesterday, X-Transfer, Mr. Deng was talking about that as well from China. So I think in comparison to our sister markets, South America and Southeast Asia, the growth is in Africa.
I completely agree, and I think what differentiates us is ingenuity and the ability to be able to do a lot on very small resources, right? So Silicon Valley obviously has the infrastructure, access to capital, et cetera. That's still something that we're fighting for. I also think that, we're very focused on solving issues that are particular to this, to our continent. And that's what I really love about our innovators. But just on the issue of narrative, it's so interesting. I said earlier on this term Africa Tech. I'm kind of revising that and thinking about how can we think about it differently? I've been spending a lot of time with tech founders and innovators from the continent. And so when we talk about science, we don't say African science or US science or, Asian science, etc. Why is it that, and this is really to African entrepreneurs and tech founders specifically, why are we leading with the fact that we're African? Is that serving us? Is that relevant even? What is it about African tech? Because I've never had anybody walk up to me and say, I'm a US, I'm an American tech innovator, or I'm an Asian, tech founder, et cetera, et cetera. So this idea of leading with we're African, I think we really need to relook at that narrative, because I actually don't think that it's serving us. I think that we just need to do really great tech, produce really great tech, innovate on the problems, not just of Africa, but of the world. And we just happen to be African. The fact that we're African is secondary to what we're actually producing.
And that's really hurting us with investors too. We just coming out of a bear market, especially for fintech globally. But I heard a lot of investors say, people have lost fortunes on African tech.
Right.
I'm like, you've lost fortunes. Full stop.
Exactly, exactly.
A lot of investors and investment funds have a lot of portfolio that doesn't work. Someone came up here the other day and said they have 60 investments and only 6 have done well. And they're very wealthy. That's just the ratio. So why are the expectations so different? And it took so long for global investors to invest in Africa. And then we had the first big boom of money come in like 5 years ago. Not just into fintech, but into Twiga and a lot of ag funds. Yeah. There were several funds from the Gulf that I know invested in Twiga. And then we had some blow-ups, which is a healthy part of an ecosystem. When the flowers bloom in autumn, they shed leaves. Like, it's just part of an ecosystem. Anything that goes only up isn't healthy, right? So why can't we understand that and have, but I think it goes back to the prejudice that a lot of investors had, that it was so high risk. So when the first thing goes,
Exactly.
they kind of forget that that's part of a market cycle.
Right.
And, you know, what we're seeing now is even more resilient companies. We ourselves lost 3 competitors in this last cycle. 3 other fintechs who were working adjacent to us exited the market. Now, that's cool for the companies that remain. So the companies that remain are even stronger.
We're producing great tech, which just happen to be African.
Not just African tech. Interesting. I hope all of us have learned one or two today. Is there any questions from the audience? Just take one or two. Don't be shy. Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you.
Exactly.
Black. I mean, I've got so many different kinds of needs. So yes, we need to bring it back to a peer level. We are peers. And in fact, when I think about it, my grandparents, great-grandparents were incredible innovators. The fact that they didn't have tech does not mean that they didn't have the vibe, the quantum vibe of juggling so many crazy ideas together. This is how we need to tap into Africa.
Please get questions from the audience. Can you please wrap
Well, we have to remember.
You're welcome.
We have to remember also that this is these are young economies, right? Where are we at the stage in the ecosystem? 50 years old, 60 years old doesn't mean that, we're doing anything wrong or we're off track. We're just at a different point. And the growth is in front of us. And I think, so many African founders who aren't as privileged as me can't travel to the United States like I can with my passport, can't access international investors, really face it a million times worse. But the solution is find the capital within. But for that, we need to wait as well. We need to wait for a lot of these founders to get a little richer and then start to invest back in the ecosystem.
We need to see like exits in the tech ecosystem, essentially, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And you're doing a fantastic job, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I mean, hopefully we see 1 or 2 exits this year. We already saw InstaDeep and Expensior last year. So just going to your point about building from Africa to the world, so we don't necessarily have to be like African tech products, right? So we can build AI products, we can build B2B SaaS, sell globally, and ultimately exit to global markets. So I think for me, the takeaway here is that Africa tech is here to stay, but we just need to find more solutions that appeal to the global audience. We have local problems that need local solutions. That's why, the term African tech exists in the first place. But ultimately, we have to get to the point where we have to start selling globally, start building global products, and, find exits along the way.
Well, I think there's an example in South Africa. It's called Lalapa. And they're doing language models for AI that are out of the normal, 100 main languages.
Yeah.
And they're showing that you can model out niche or, regional languages or dialects and make them more apparent on the internet. And this is a company who has a model that can be exported. And I think, that's where the next stage is. And I remember Facebook came to Dakar in Senegal, and the chief product officer said, "We're seeing something very strange. Senegalese women are not importing Vogue, they're exporting their own fashion. And they're exporting their own music." And that still gives me chills to think about, because when you go to Galeries Lafayette in Paris, you see Senegalese fashion.
Of course.
So I think this is the next stage, where not only are people coming in and we're absorbing and importing, but the continent will be exporting its tech and exporting its influence.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to pick up on a point that Elizabeth made around regulation. We really need to fast-track integration across the continent. There is absolutely no reason why a young innovator from Nigeria should not be working with an innovator from DRC and combining efforts. I think this fluidity of our borders needs to happen quicker, sooner rather than later. And then I think, to young innovators, a lot of the time we speak about young innovators and young founders almost as we do with women. We speak about them and to them, but not necessarily with them. They've got incredible ideas. They're bringing to the table things that are really earth-shattering, and I think we need to include them more in these conversations so that we can then design the ecosystems that can empower them to, bring solutions to the table. So I think the two-way conversation is really important, and I feel like right now we're kind of, they're there and we're here, and we're talking to them, and not necessarily with them.
Well, there's 300 African startups here at Web Summit, so big kudos
Which
to
is
Web
awesome.
Summit
Yes,
in Doha.
absolutely.
It's one of the only global conferences where we see so many African tech founders, and it's why I'm here. So.
Okay, I think we've come to the end of our panel. A round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you very much. Hope everyone enjoyed the session. All right.
A round of applause once again for our previous panelists. And our thanks to tech journalist Tej Kenel Kafour for leading that great conversation with Mimi and Elizabeth. Now, going to space is no longer just for Matt Damon, NASA, or even SpaceX. Regular people can now get in line and buy a ticket to space, provided they can afford it, of course. Now, to gain insight into the supply and demand gap where the commercial rocket launch industry is headed, and to learn about the companies shaping the future of space exploration, please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of Relativity Space, Tim Ellis.
Hello, I'm Tim. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Relativity Space, and we build rockets. So I started my career as a rocket propulsion engineer working for Jeff Bezos' company, Blue Origin. I was there very early. The whole propulsion team was only about 20 people. The company was 150 people when I first started working on different rocket engines and rocket engine products at Blue Origin. So since the company was so small, I got to start from a blank sheet of paper all the way to the first working version of different rocket engine products and do every single step in between. So as part of that, I did the first metal 3D printing ever at Blue Origin. And then I started the metal 3D printing division, so working with Jeff Bezos and the senior executive team at Blue to bring metal 3D printing in-house to his rocket company. But then 8 years ago, I really took a step back, and I was looking at the overall industry. I was looking at what SpaceX was doing, landing rockets, docking with the International Space Station, and doing a lot of really inspiring things, kind of once-in-a-generation success that SpaceX was able to do over their first 13 years. But despite SpaceX being a 13-year-old company at the time, they were still the only ones in the world that had such an ambitious mission of making humanity multiplanetary, putting 1 million people on Mars, and being a very quickly moving and disruptive commercial launch company. So I founded Relativity Space with the goal of designing, building, and launching our own reusable rockets using 3D printing as an enabling technology to help us develop the next SpaceX just faster than what SpaceX was even able to do and with better and newer technology. So and this particular photo, by the way, was our first launch to space last year. So Relativity Space launched the world's first 3D printed rocket to space last year from our launch site in Cape Canaveral, Florida. It was also the first methane-fueled rocket to ever attempt to launch to orbit outside of China in the Western world. So this was the most successful first launch in history of any privately backed company. But why this is important, so I want to talk today about how customers think about space and what the biggest opportunities in space are. So the first point I want to make is while space certainly includes things like going to the moon, going to Mars, space stations, commercial habitats, manufacturing in space, these are really growth trajectories that have a longer time horizon. Despite there being billions of dollars invested in them globally today, they really do have a longer time horizon. Really, the biggest opportunity, which is what I see as phase one of the space economy, is really telecommunications infrastructure in space. So this is what Relativity is focused on. We are focused on launching telecom satellites. Really, Starlink and SpaceX was the first company to do this in a very large way at scale. Existing telecom operators were about $180 billion per year of revenue with traditional geosynchronous satellites, TV services, internet radio, cell tower backhaul, et cetera. But really, the overall satellite space and telecom model is moving to low Earth orbit, constellations of satellites. So these are mesh networks of hundreds or thousands of interconnected satellites that can provide fiber-like service. So very low latency, much lower cost, and can serve a much wider array of uses than traditional satellite operators are able to do. So SpaceX, when they invented Starlink, which is currently the largest operating satellite network in the world, really kind of catalyzed a big movement in space. There are now companies like Amazon, which are allocating tens of billions of dollars to build their own satellite network. Amazon is building a satellite network called Kuiper, which Andy Jassy, the CEO of Amazon, said is going to be one of the two biggest growth areas for Amazon as a business going forward. He said that in their shareholder letter last year. So this is a very big deal because these satellites only last 3 to 5 years in low Earth orbit. They're not designed to last a very long time. So the upgrade cycle looks very similar to terrestrial telecom, going from 2G to 3G to LTE to 5G. So similarly, satellites in each successive generation of satellite continues to get upgraded with faster throughput, better capabilities, and this is really requiring a huge amount of need in launch. So not just Amazon is getting into this. Of course, Apple has the SOS feature on the iPhone, so they have their own satellite partnerships that they're doing. And then there are a whole host of traditional launch and satellite companies that are also currently in operation. So this is ultimately resulting in a very huge supply and demand gap in space, specifically for launches. There are several multiples more demand than there are supply currently. Amazon last year bought $9 billion worth of commercial rockets launches, which was the entire global launch capacity through 2026. So this has really created a massive launch shortage, which really only SpaceX has the capability to actually fill today. But the issue is SpaceX is developing their own satellite constellation with Starlink, and so that essentially means every single other customer that they're launching, they're actually competing against. And even assuming SpaceX developing Starship, which is their next generation launch vehicle, and continuing to scale Falcon 9, our analysis shows they're going to use almost all of their own launch capacity just for their own needs, so they're becoming more vertically integrated. So this is ultimately resulting in a huge problem for customers. So far, Relativity has sold $2.2 billion of rocket launches for our large reusable rocket. We're currently negotiating about $7.5 billion of additional contracts, and that's all the way through 2032 in certain cases. So we are actually selling launches many, many years ahead of the need because there just is not enough supply to actually fulfill this gap. And so even on the supply side, then, how customers actually look at buying launches, of course, marketing is not really a huge part of it. It's a very technical sales process. So what do customers actually do when they go and buy rocket launches? They're mostly visiting our factories. We've got a 100,000 square meter factory in Los Angeles. We have our own launch site in Cape Canaveral, and then we own about 2/3 of NASA Stennis Space Center exclusively for the next 20 years. So that is our total infrastructure footprint. Customers will come and visit that. They'll look at test data. They'll look at our progress. But ultimately, the first thing they're looking at is, do you actually solve their problem? So right now, the biggest problem for customers is they need to find a second, quickly moving, diversified, and disruptive capability for rocket launches that is not SpaceX. That is the fundamental problem. So this is the small handful of rockets globally that can really actually potentially solve this need. There are not a large number of rocket companies globally that could even get into operation. And so where Relativity fits in is we really are building a rocket that is better than Falcon 9. It's about 40% bigger payload. It is also reusable. Other than SpaceX with Falcon 9, nobody else globally has even attempted to reuse a rocket since SpaceX did it a number of years ago. So this is a very enabling technology that helps reduce cost, provide more payload capacity so you can fit more satellites on a launch for the same price as what SpaceX is currently offering. So this is quite disruptive because, of course, there's so many satellites that need to be launched that having 40% more payload for the same price really greatly increases the competitiveness of other customers that want to build their own constellations and satellite networks. So the big rocket, Starship, I think this is worth talking about specifically. So of Relativity's now about 1,100 employees, 40% of them come from SpaceX. So we actually hired the whole core exec team that developed Falcon 9, as well as a lot of the core executives and engineers that helped develop Starship. So I fully believe Starship's going to be successful. It's an amazing product. It's visionary. Elon created it because he wanted to go to Mars and do the same long-term mission that Relativity started with, which was put 1 million people on Mars. So that is what Starship was originally designed for a very, very large payload. I think it's similar to the airline analogy or airline industry, though, where the A380 was also the biggest airplane ever created. It was the cheapest per passenger mile per seat plane in the world, yet it ended up not being as much of a commercial success with broad appeal globally. Certainly you can fly an A380 to the GCC region, but otherwise it's not as mass market as some of the other aircraft because it was just so large. So Starship we really see as quite similar. It's, in theory, very cheap per kilogram or per satellite, but it's so big that you can't really fit 200 satellites or 300 satellites from a bunch of different customers all on one launch, have it be insurable, have it actually go to each individual destination that satellites need to go to, very similar to aviation, where you can't just fly between big major cities. If you wanted to go from Los Angeles to Doha, you can fly an A380, or to the Emirates, you can fly an A380. But if you want to go from San Francisco to a minor city, then that doesn't work because you have to do multiple legs. So rockets are very similar. So this is actually something that's not often talked about, but I think is also important, because people talk a lot about dollar per kilogram in rocket launches, but that's not actually how customers think about buying launch at all. No, I haven't had a single customer ever say, what's your dollar per kilogram? What they're mostly looking to do is they have a fixed number of satellites. In this example case, a customer may have 3,000 satellites split across 100 orbital planes. An orbital plane really just means a destination in space. So this is how you get an interconnected mesh network of satellites that make a low Earth orbit constellation function properly and get global coverage. So there will be 30 satellites per orbital plane, and at about 600 kilograms per satellite, that's a little under 18 tons of payload. So with that much payload, what customers really are looking for is they're looking for how many total launches does it take and what's the absolute cost to launch this entire constellation of satellites. And then every 3 to 5 years, those satellites are going to die and need to be replaced. And so every 3 to 5 years, you will have a constant stream of launches in order to make up this demand. So when you then break it down against the other competitor rockets, whether it's SpaceX or other up-and-coming companies that are developing new capabilities, it's very clear that the biggest thing you need to do is have a rocket big enough to take all of the payload to a single orbital plane so that you don't have to do 2 launches, you can only do 1. But you also don't want to be so large that launching multiple orbital planes at a time results in a bunch of excess capacity that flies empty and ends up actually being more expensive. So this is how getting product market fit in rockets really works from a customer perspective. And this is where we've just spent a lot of time talking to customers and figuring out what is the optimum payload size. And then 3D printing really is the key technology that's helped us develop our product much faster than what other companies are able to do. So Relativity really is positioned as the only launch company that can solve this market need. We had our first launch to space last year, as I mentioned. That was the first 3D printed rocket to ever launch to space. It was the first liquid oxygen and methane fueled rocket to ever attempt to launch to orbit in the Western Hemisphere, which was a very big milestone because methane is the fuel of reusable rockets. So all future reusable rockets are using methane or liquid natural gas. It's very similar, minus some small changes in the chemistry. And that is what is used because it's much easier to clean. And ultimately, that helps the speed of reuse. And the speed of reuse and the cost of reuse is what really drives the economics of being able to scale to a very high launch rate, over 100 launches a year, which is what SpaceX did last year. It was close to 100 launches. So then also, we have been in development of a large reusable rocket for now almost 3 years. We have signed actually now $2.2 billion in customer contracts. So $1.8 billion was until last week. We signed a new $400 million deal last week with a Canadian telecom company. And then we also have 1,000 people, 40% of which had come from SpaceX, was a lot of the core team. So we were able to build on top of what the American launch industry has already been developing for the last 2 decades in commercial space and build the next generation commercial space company. So this is really then Relativity's long-term vision is in 4 chapters. So chapter 1, which we completed last year, was to prove that our 3D printing technology functions properly. Really, 3D printing technology is just an iteration technology that increases the pace of innovation. Really, what we learned is the fastest way to build the best possible product, especially in deep tech or hard tech or rocket hardware, is to build the product, test it, use that test data to feed back into simulation models and tools that we develop in-house to then build the next version and a better product. So ultimately, we were able to use 3D printing to do things like build an entire rocket engine in only 2 months, go test it, feed that test data back in, and build another one 2 months later, versus traditionally that process can take up to 2 to 3 years using traditional manufacturing. So you have to make more guesses at what is going to work or not work. And ultimately, that's resulted in us being able to get to a far more mature product much faster than any other company ever has. So we are now developing that new rocket engine, all the electronics, the launch pad, the factory, the test site for our large reusable rocket, Terran R. So this is really working to be the next great commercial launch company globally. And then the long-term vision of Chapter 4 is to really build an industrial base on Mars. This is super important for recruiting talent. I think it's also an important mission for humanity that we dream big and that have a North Star that helps us expand the possibilities of human experience. I think if we were all sitting here and there were 1 million people living on another planet, it would fundamentally expand and change what it means to be a human being. And so this is a really important mission that we can work towards and actually make happen in our lifetime, but only if we inspire and get multiple companies to work towards this and make this happen, as well as have very ambitious and successful economic opportunities for growth and building big companies on Earth. So that's really then the third chapter of Relativity. In between these, once you can use 3D printing technology to build better rockets, very similar to Tesla, where they invented batteries and electric motors, but then built the Roadster, the Model S, the Model 3, et cetera, on top of that core technology. We really see the 3D printing tech that we're developing in this very iterative, very disruptive approach to hardware manufacturing and development as a way to then expand what Relativity is building in other industries and other verticals, whether that's energy, oil and gas, clean energy, defense, aerospace, et cetera. So we already do have some contracts for other product lines that we're building, but right now, Just Launch itself is our first product, and we're very focused on it. So I want to end with a video. So this was a lot of the market, what customers are looking for, telecom in space. But I want to show the relativity history. So you're going to see our first launch, how we actually got there with 3D printed rockets, rocket engine testing, and then ending with the brand new engine test of a new 285,000-pound thrust rocket engine that's 3D printed, which we've been developing, and we've now done over 1,000 tests of, including a full flight duration test. And this is the engine that we're using for our reusable rocket. So we'll play the video.
VC. VC go. GC1. GC1 go. GC2.
GC2 go.
Ground. Ground go. RC.
RC go.
Vehicle. Vehicles go. CE. CEs go. LC. LCs go. All parties have reported go for launch countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
Parent want to clear the tower.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, and thank you to QIA and to Web Summit, and we're Relativity Space. So thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Tim, for the brilliant presentation on the future of space exploration. Now, Qatar's journey to digital transformation is a strategic initiative that aligns with the nation's broader vision to diversify its economy beyond hydrocarbons and establish itself as a knowledge-based economy. Qatar's digital innovation plan is part of a broader strategic effort to harness technology and innovation to foster economic development, improve public services, and enhance the quality of life for its citizens and residents. To learn more about the next 5 years of Qatar's digital transformation, its innovation plans, please welcome to the stage Guy Schoen from Euronews as he leads his fireside chat with the Minister for Communication and Information Technology, His Excellency Mohammed bin Ali bin Mohammed Al Manai.
Welcome, everybody. Your Excellency, thank you so much for granting us this time to give us a detailed look into Qatar's Digital Agenda 2030. I'd like to start with a question about this amazing event. As you reflect on the last few days, what do you see as the impact of Web Summit Qatar?
Thanks, Guy, for hosting me today. To start with, I would consider myself lucky and happy. Lucky for witnessing the inception of idea of hosting the Web Summit in Qatar, till we made the final decision about hosting it in March 23, till I signed the contract March 24, till the team has been in Rio event for the first time in April, and did their assessment for the event, till February, where we are seeing the reality and the idea comes to truth. We were actually so much happy that the event was supported by His Highness the Emir of Qatar during his speeches and during the invitations that he's sending to every country, and happy also to see the Prime Minister doing the opening stage. And I'm happy today is the closing date with seeing many happy faces and people excited about coming back to Qatar, inshallah, for the next version of the Web Summit. And we have lots of lessons learned from the event, and I hope we can serve you all better on the next version and prepare a much better version for you next year, hopefully.
And there is understandably a lot of excitement and interest in the digital agenda. What's the ambition that you're looking to realize with this?
The digital agenda is an overarching policy and strategy document for the state of Qatar toward the digitization in general. But before we haven't reached to the, or before we reach to the final form of the digital agenda that has been launched, we have to go through a very long process till we reach there, as we need to provide a differentiating factor. We know that always we do strategic planning and then we do a part of a strategy. So, and it's usually the 6 standard pillars, usually on digital industry. But we wanted to add maybe a Qatar stamp on it. So we are introducing there a new concept of categorization. What are the trends that globally exist today, which are mainly 3. Hyper connectivity, hyper compute, and hyper automation. And under those 3 main categories, we will see all the new technology and the emerging trends and the connectivity capacity. So I won't be mentioning much about AI or IoT or the buzzwords that we technologists would like always to talk about. But we would like to take more of a human factor on our strategy. And the goal of those 3 trends is to reach a hyper generation, which is a new generation that we would need to prepare to the future. In addition to that point, actually, we started by seeing what we do in Qatar. And usually, historically, we have been always very active in adapting new ICT trends, new ICT technology, new ICT approaches, and we have been very liberal on the way that we legislate our laws and also the policies that we set in our market, which has helped us actually to do some kind of attraction. But that has been always on a focus of a small sector, which is the core ICT. And I would categorize Qatar on that stage as a more of a consumer of the ICT, but we need to move that status. So we will be taking it to a status where we focus more into the digital economy, where we focus more into making Qatar specialized industry or ICT producer on a specific field. And this would be the big change the agenda will make, or that would be the biggest target. Alhamdulillah, today we sit, I would say, comfortably in the best class infrastructure in the world, and it's something that I'm proud of. We see we are one of the fastest networks in mobile. We have 99% fiber connectivity in the country. Speeds start at 1 gig. We have all the hyperscaler and cloud industry is nourishing here in Qatar. And it's one also of the capability that we know now how we build industry from zero. Because when we started actually since 2017 or 18 to start thinking about attracting the big hyperscaler that exists today in the globe. It was a very long journey that we have learned a lot from it. So I think we are in a much capable position now to start other verticals, similarly to what we have started in the cloud computing, and Qatar is well positioned for that.
And you mentioned those verticals. There are many different group sectors represented, obviously, at this amazing event. People here from the entrepreneurial community, the world's biggest brands, people from government sectors, foreign direct investment. Between now and 2030, obviously we've got a few years until we get there, do you expect different sectors to be able to reap different types of benefit from the digital agenda?
Sure. In general, the digital economy by its own, it's not for government to drive. It's mainly for a private sector to drive. So all our relationship is built around cooperating with the private sector. I think we, on the National Digital Agenda, we give them direction about where we are going so that they can support us actually on delivering that. The delivery of the national agenda doesn't depend on the government only, as I'm now on the government side, but it depends a lot on the private sector. It depends a lot on the individuals and talent to support us actually to achieve the target. So the success or a failure depend on the three, depend on the government, the private sector, and also the individuals and talents that will help us actually to achieve the set target for the National Digital Agenda.
And NDS3, all of these different applications, these strategic ways of driving more and more innovating, getting us to that position in 2030. How are different parts of the government sector, different parts of the private sector, how are you encouraging them to work together to help us realize that goal?
Government is fast, so we need to set a good model of cooperation among us as government agencies. And we as a foundation sector, ICT is a foundation for every government sector that exists today. We interact a lot with them, and we depend a lot again on how well we are in communicating with them, engaging them, making sure they understand where are we going and how they can support us. What we see today from my custodian, at least within the government agencies, that they are very much supportive. They are taking step forward, and sometimes maybe they are much faster than us in order to achieve the goals and targets that we collaterally work to set for all of us. And also they play the roles greatly, specifically in the entrepreneurship domain, since it's something that is shared among the government agencies to make sure that entrepreneurs and the innovation is being supported and introduced. And maybe my role here as part of the government is to ensure to the private sector that we got your back and we are here to help, and hopefully we can serve you much better in the coming future.
We've got your back. There's more to come. Your Excellency, thank you so much for giving us that insight into the digital agenda. Thank you very much for listening to us today, everybody, and we really appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, guys.
Excellency, the Minister of Communications and Technology of Qatar, for his great insight into Qatar's digital innovation plan. Welcome to Center Stage. Welcome back for those of you who are joining us. While we've been here on the Center Stage, the pitch competition has been running at the pitch stages here at Web Summit Qatar. And from last night's semifinals, 3 teams will be here and only one will be crowned the first Web Summit Qatar pitch winner. But before we get there, we wanted to bring together a group of people that have seen thousands of pitches to discover some of the do's and don'ts of pitching. What's the worst thing you can do while pitching? What's the best that you can do? And what hot tips can these experts pass on? Let's hope the finalists backstage are paying attention. Please welcome to the stage the pitch doctors, Michael Lintz, partner at Golden Gate Ventures, Maninda Daliwa, managing partner at Startup Studio, Luca Cartecini, co-founder and CEO of Sharp Circle, and the co-host of Web Summit's North American event, Collision, Sunil Sharma.
Okay. All right, perfect pitch. We're going to talk about how to fix your pitch. And as you know, right after this are the pitch finals. So we're going to see, this is like a master clinic, a master class. And we'll see if the founders actually pick any of this up from backstage. So, okay, to start off, my name is Sunil Sharma. I live in Toronto, Canada. I'm the co-host of Collision, which is the sister conference of Web Summit. I've been a very active seed and pre-seed investor, running Techstars for a lot of years, Founder Institute for a lot of years, a venture fund, Extreme. And so I've seen a lot of pitches, my fair share. But what makes this panel great is we have real experts here to talk us through what they believe is the art of the pitch and what will differentiate an entrepreneur from, getting to that funding round and maybe not. So I just want to open it up to the panel. They've been introduced. Luca, you are with Shop Talk. You're an Italian founder. You have the Italian bravado. You're living in London, England, which is a tier 1 global tech city. Tell us how you have been approaching the art of the pitch as you've been raising money for your own company, and I know you've been doing that very successfully as of late.
Sure. So first of all, thanks for having me. We started 3 years ago, and the market was very difficult back then, right? Especially in our space, we do an all-in-one software platform for e-commerce. And back then, the interest rates were low, inflation was low, money was flowing into the market. And then after 3 years, 2023, 2024, the market really shifted. So at the beginning, it's all about, especially because you don't have traction, right? You just started your company. It's all about the team, so the expertise of the people that surround you. And for us, I was coming more from the finance side, my co-founder from Amazon, and our CTO directly from Shopify. So that's very important. And secondly, is about how large is the market. And this is a bit controversial, but you should not raise capital from VC if the market is not large enough. So I see a lot of founders doing this mistake of raising capital or forcing themselves in raising capital even if the market is not there, right? It's totally fine to build a company bootstrap, not to raise capital and achieve an exit by getting, I don't know, a 5-10 million valuation. In order to get the same outcome with VC, you need to be 5-10 times larger than that. So at the beginning, it's all about the market and the team. And then as you grow, especially in a market like this, people really focus, and investors particularly focus on metrics, right? It comes down on unit of economics. So in our case, there was a shift from revenue growth at all costs to profitability. So we had to work very hard on getting the company in the right direction, on a path to profitability, and increase our EBITDA margins. And then all the classic SaaS metrics, right? So LTV, customer acquisition, churn, net dollar retention. Everyone talks about net dollar retention nowadays. So it's all about building your company with having in mind what do investors expect from your company later on.
Yeah, and you're the CEO. Are you the person who needs to deliver that pitch? Is this your passion? Is this your inspiration that's resonating with the investors, or is this something that is understood by your entire management team?
Yeah, I know that a lot of people hate that part of the job. I personally love it. I love talking to investors. You know, my background is more on equity research, so I was pitching anyway. And I think it's very important, especially early on, that is the founder and the CEO delivering that pitch and the vision of the organization. And obviously, you know about the company a bit more than everyone else because you started in the first place. So I think it should be you. Like even when your company is like relatively large, and now we are 250 people, you should always carve out time to speak to investors if you're really serious about fundraising.
Yeah. Okay, Maninder, from Vancouver, Canada, fellow Canadian. You know, you're in the kind of market of Canadian entrepreneurs. I'm not sure they're as charismatic as the Italians are in delivering a pitch. You tell me. You're running Startup Studio, which is a kind of an accelerator seed program. You also are part of TIE, the whole global network of entrepreneurs, TIE, and you're a charter member, and I think very active in TIE Vancouver. What do you see from entrepreneurs as you receive probably hundreds of pitches to get money from you?
Thank you, Sunil. And yes, I would say Canadians are as charismatic as anybody. I will bet Luca money on that. So Italians and French have this coolness, but us Canadians, we have other things going for us. So I will bet on Canadian any day. So I think I want to, as somebody on the other side of the table and the founders in the audience, when we are looking at pitches, and I see pre-seed, post-seed, pre-series A pitches, there's two things I want to mention. The first one, when you are talking to an investor, there are three main things we're looking at early stage. Number one, is this idea worth something? Can a big enough business be built on it so we can make our money back? Number two, we're looking for, are you the right people to build it? And if it's a highly technical company, we want to see that there's a technical expertise. If it involves raising a lot of money, you want a charismatic founder because you need a lot of pitches that you will need to do to raise that money. The third part that we're looking for in evaluation is, would the downstream investors find this interesting? And this is a point that founders often miss. For us early stage investors, if nobody picks you up for the next round, we haven't made an investment, we've made a charitable donation. So for us, that third part is critical. And when you're making these 3 points, the founders, charismatic founders, they need less data. Less charismatic founders need more data. So if you have data to prove, and external data to prove each of the points, if you're saying the market is this big, the investors have this doubt at the back of their mind. You want to answer them possibly with 2 external data points. If the market is this big, yes, World Economic Forum says the market is this big. If you are saying we can build this, either you have advisory board members who have joined from the industry or you have a background. So try to make each of the point with supporting data points and not just I say this, because when you are pitching, we are making an instant decision. We're not searching on Google to confirming what you're saying. So try to provide that background data. And that is true for anything early stage. After Series A, you actually have results to show. At that point, you don't need external data to confirm or validate what you're saying. So that would be 2 things that I would like to mention.
Yeah. Okay, Michael Lintz, this guy, San Francisco, California, the epicenter of entrepreneurship. I would argue there is not another place on earth where there are more pitches happening to investors than in the city where you live. And Golden Gate Ventures, your fund, not only a venture fund, but you are actually one of the guys that's out there raising money. So you're delivering the pitch to LPs, right? So how do you, at a high level, think about this kind of topic of the art of the pitch?
Yeah, and maybe a small addition to what you mentioned. So the fund is based out of Singapore. So we are seeing a lot of companies in the Asian market. We've been doing this for the past 12 years. So we've seen a lot of companies pass by our door and our desk. But you're right, I'm also helping fundraise for our institutional funds. So I sit on both sides. I speak to both limited partners, but I also speak to our peers, other VCs, venture studios, corporations, family offices, to invest in our portfolio companies. So I kind of help on both sides. When I think about, let me talk about our pitch first, which is kind of interesting because as a VC, we're also pitching. You know, as founders, you're knocking on doors at VC firms. For me, as a venture capitalist, I knock on doors of limited partners to invest in our fund. One of the things that is very helpful in our pitch is that we always offer co-investments. So we always share our portfolio companies and the founders that we invest in as potential co-investors. Sometimes we even bring our portfolio companies with us on a proper investor pitch for these investors to kind of co-invest with us. When I think about our perfect pitch, we often get asked what differentiates us. And it's a similar question that we ask to founders as well. What differentiates you? And it's not always about being unique. I think where sometimes founders and VCs getting it wrong is you want to be unique way too hard. It's about what makes you different. It could be execution. It could be a certain geography. It could be a certain technology. But it's really about where you can bring a differentiating factor as opposed to being unique.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about the topic of clarity and brevity. So the founders are going to come out here on stage. There's a clock over here that's going to say probably 3 minutes. There's so much to say. There's so much that we have to get out there in that allotted time, whether it's on a schemed pitch competition on a stage or in a boardroom where you've got to get your message off. So I just want to ask maybe Luca, you've been doing it successfully. How do you get the important information down into that concise amount of time and not effectively, lose the interest of the investors that you're trying to capture?
Yeah, I also used to be in VC prior to starting Shop Circle, and I teach entrepreneurship at university. So I've seen a lot of pitches, and like you say, the most common mistake is that you go on for too long, or your explanation is too complex, right? I mean, like, it's very clear to you, but you should adapt to your audience as well, right? And if you think about early stage VCs, they're often generalists, right? So maybe you're pitching a deep tech solution to someone that has never done deep tech before. So it's very important to just explain it as you would explain it to, I don't know, your family or your partner, and then add some bullet points around, how large is the addressable market, what are the estimates. And then one more mistake that I often see founders doing, on top of what I mentioned before, so raising even if you don't need to do, once you decide to raise, if it's the right market fit, you should go all the way in, right? And so sometimes the estimates on your revenue projection are too conservative. I mean, VC don't want to invest in a company that is going to make 2 million in 6 years from now, unless they are in a very specific technical industry. So you want to be bullish, you want to believe in your product, because they will discount it anyway, right? They will think, okay, he puts 50 million ARR in 3 years, he will probably do a bit less than that. So, like you say, brevity, explaining a complex product in a simple way, and then being bullish on your own projection is very important.
Yeah. And Maninder, same question for you. And I went to your website this morning of Startup Studio, and there's a kind of an application page right on the home page, right? And I guess the brevity and clarity must start there. And then if you see something, then they get to have a chat with you, right?
Yeah, thanks, Sunil. One of the things I wanted to add was, add up to Michael's point, different is not unique. It gets confused a lot, and sophisticated investors get it, funds get it, but angel investors. So I always tell founders, if you don't have any competition, that usually means you don't have any business because there's no money to be made here. If it was, somebody else would be building it. So I think that's a really critical point I wanted to reiterate. When it comes to fitting information into the slide deck, it's just like when we communicate to people, you don't talk to everybody in your family the same way. You customize the way you talk to them based on who they are, and that is true in pitch communication as well. At the accelerator, when we work with founders, they've graduated from us and they go on to raise a round after we've written them a check. I tell them you need multiple decks. You need a presenting deck, you need a teaser deck, you need a reading deck. The reading deck has all the details, especially when we do healthcare and climate companies. They have an appendix where all the details are. But the first trick for the deck is, in first 30 seconds, you need to get attention. And that is really hard for technical founders not to get into their patents right away. You want to bring that up. So who are you communicating to? What are you trying to communicate? And if you're sending a deck in advance, send a teaser deck. And after the conversation, send a detailed deck where the technical details are there. And when it comes to the Startup Studio page, because I travel to conferences a lot and go worldwide, we see about 20,000 incoming a year. So Sunil, we had to put that page up because doing 30-minute meetings for 20,000 founders is not enough hours in a day. So, and if you look at the brevity, I'm glad you commented on it. We worked on it for a really, really long time with the feedback of the founders that are we capturing all the information that is relevant. It's a moving target. As we ask founders for feedback, but you want to know what stage they are, what sector they are, what geography they are, because you can invest to the pitch to the wrong investors and waste a lot of time if that doesn't match.
And Michael, I assume you can't be as brief as a founder pitching to a VC when you're a VC talking to LPs, right? There's an expectation of much more content and depth and information, I would imagine. Is that the case?
So it's a funny point. I was kind of thinking about this as we are discussing. But if I take one example, like we've been doing this for the past 12 years, a ton of investments. But if someone would ask me, like, Mike, could you explain your fund in like 30 seconds? I would literally say, we're a top-tier fund out of Singapore, made 97 investments, we're stage agnostic, and we have 9 unicorns. You kind of know what you need to know in like these 30 seconds. And I think as a founder, you need to have something similar, where you're able for a very generic audience to share the core of your business in a few seconds. And how we got to sort of this very short pitch is start with a long story, and then you shave off. So you start with a very, very long story, the entire talk about your company, your business, how you started, how the founders came together, why you are doing this, your motivation. And then you shave it off, you make it shorter. So start with 10 minutes, you go to 8 minutes, you go to 5 minutes, you come to 3 minutes. And in those 3 minutes, you capture your core. And this is just a matter of exercise. And I cannot emphasize enough that as a founder, you need to practice your pitch day in, day out. I'm 48 years old. I still practice our pitch in front of the mirror and see if it makes sense. I still get feedback from my partners, like, Mike, tweak the pitch here, tweak it there. So it's literally doing this exercise over and over again to make it shorter and more concise.
Okay, well, to that point, what advice do you give to founders who struggle to articulate their pitch? And let's say it's because they're very introverted, or there's a cultural reason. I live in a place where the trend towards entrepreneurs they're immigrant founders, and it might be language, and it's not the same cultural norms, perhaps, that might be expected by others. So what advice do you give to a founder who has something to say but might be struggling in how to say it? Michael?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to find your own voice and be very authentic. You don't have to sound like someone else. I think when founders look at other people pitch, they get nervous, like, oh, this person is amazing, and they're so articulate, and they're so commercial. As a VC, it's important that we find you as your authentic self. So it doesn't matter if you're a bit more soft-spoken. It doesn't matter that you hate speaking in front of a big audience. Just find your own authentic voice and start from there.
Yeah. Maninder?
I think that's a hugely critical point. And, you know, Sunil, you and I are Canadian, who are right next to America, which is the standard for everything. And we Canadians tend to be much more humble and soft-spoken. And so, but that being said, you have 10 seconds to capture attention. So that's where Michael said, pick those points. But, you know, nobody buys anything in an elevator. Elevator pitch is just to start the conversation. I've personally never taken out a checkbook in an elevator and written a check. But if the conversation is interesting enough, I may get off on their floor and say, hey, keep telling me about what you're building. So think of it, introverted founder, we work with highly technical founders. Some of them are immigrants with PhDs. Talk about people who are so technically deep into stuff and not being able to, they have a hard time communicating in real life. Forget about pitching. I'm an engineer myself, so I think I can say that. Yeah. You know, they say, who's an introverted engineer, extroverted engineer? Extroverted engineer looks at your shoes when they talk to you, and introverted engineer looks at their shoes when they talk to you. So that's where we come from. But you have 10 seconds to get a minute more of their attention, and that's what you have to focus on.
Luca?
Yeah, tend to agree. So the first one is really practice and get a lot of feedback, right? So no matter how introverted you are, as long as you practice it so many times and you pitch it to, you know, friends, investors, or mentors, at some point you will really craft your pitch, and practice makes it perfect. The second point is you need to get comfortable with the idea of failure, right? I mean, starting a company is a very hard thing. Odds are against you. 99 times out of 100, you're going to fail. Unfortunately, that's how it works. And you need to get comfortable with that idea and used to rejections, right? I mean, and overcome this rejection and get the motivation from that. VC only invests in, I don't know, 1 out of 100 companies plus that they speak to. So you need to get comfortable and not get discouraged. And then the last point is probably around, you know, you really trying to put yourself in the shoes of the person that you're talking to and simplify your speech and adapt it based on where the investor comes from, what industry they usually focus on as well. So again, all these points coming together are very important. And then maybe the last one is go out there, right? So many times I hear founders saying, okay, I'm not ready to pitch, maybe next year, maybe in 2 years of time. If you know that you're going to do it, just try. And you can always try on a small scale, right? And then revisit it and go back at some point. But for instance, last year, everyone was advising us against raising. We did it, and it was very successful despite the market and the macro condition not being ideal. So again, sometimes you only learn by doing it, and you have to put yourself out there.
Yeah. Let's talk about the team that's behind this company, that's driving this company. Because often it's one founder, it's a CEO like yourself, Luca, delivering the pitch. But investors usually don't like to invest in companies that aren't balanced, that's often not a sole founder. Or how do you position your team? They might be great engineers, great designers, great people in business and sales, and often it's a slide 8 or 9 out of 10, and it's just glossed over. But are we doing a service to our team? Maybe you could talk at Shop Talk. How did you position your team to these investors to raise this money?
At the beginning was very much, we built a team around having a founder market product fit, right? So founders that make sense based on our mission. So my co-founder comes directly from Shopify, from Amazon. The CTO comes from Shopify initially. And so that was very important. And then as you scale, it's all about finding the right people, really. Because, think about our size, so 200 plus people company. We founders, we have this flow where we tend to think that we're superheroes, but reality is that way less about you and more about the people that work with you. Right now, I'm one person out of 200 plus in my organization. So it's all about the people that you choose, the managers that manage to, evolve and nurture as part of the organization. So team is the most important factor for a reason, right? Because you can't duplicate yourself across the whole organization. And at the beginning, it's true. There are 3 factors that the VC look at, I think. The first one is the problem and the issue that you're trying to solve. The second is the team. And the third is the TAM, the total addressable market, like we mentioned before.
Yeah. Maninder, do you agree? Or is it team, product market? How do you look at it?
Well, one of the things I would like to add is, yes, you want a balanced team. And balanced team is because, yes, there's a charismatic CEO who's pitching, then who's doing the work back home if this person is pitching? One of the things for early stage founders that often get missed is the founding team can also include advisors and contractors. So if let's say you're tackling a huge market in petrochemicals and you have an advisory board member who's built and sold a company, it's good to mention that on the deck. So it's founders, high-level early employees plus advisor, that becomes the founding team. And the goal for that is to back up the fact that these people together can build what you're promising. So yes, team is absolutely critical, and solo founders actually have a hard time realizing what they promise because it's just too much work for one person.
Yeah. And Michael, I'm sure Golden Gate has a great team, and I'm sure there's operators on that team and financial experts and other tech investors. How do you position your team?
Yeah, it's actually a very good question because it's underestimated how you present your team towards investors.
Yeah.
So even when we're fundraising, we have different partners meet investors at different points of time. So I might be a first person of contact, but in a second or a third meeting, you'll meet my other partners and have a conversation with them. I think for both VCs and for LPs, it's important to get an understanding of the management team, but even the layer under the management team to understand how does the team operate, how's the dynamic, how do you guys resolve conflicts, how do you deal with tough situations. So getting to know the team is very important. It's both for LPs and for us as VCs as well.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is the theory, and now let's see it in practice. We're going to go right into the pitch final, so please don't go anywhere. We're going to do a little bit of a set change, and I want a big warm welcome and thank you for this great panel. Thank you very much. All right.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Rise and co-founder of HKG DAO, Casey Lau.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to center stage for the Web Summit Qatar pitch final powered by Jasor. Today, we will find out who is going to be crowned the first pitch champion of Web Summit Qatar. It's time to take the greatest startup competition in the world to center stage once again. Our finalists will pitch on this stage one last time for a chance to take home our pitch trophy. As you all know, there's over 1,000 startups here, and over the past 2 days, we've put them down to 40 of the most exciting startups at the event, and they've pitched their heart out, right? First on our pitch stage outside there, and then here last night on center stage in our semifinals yesterday. Now, only 3 remain. Each startup will pitch for 3 minutes again, but this time we're going to allow 3 minutes of Q&A for our judging panel, and the winner will be announced here at 3 p.m. Playing a huge role in deciding who the winner will be is our panel of top-level judges. So please give a warm welcome to Amin Matni, Zach Colias, Sumaya Benbaya Ridji, and Rama Chakaki. All right.
Thank you.
All right, thanks you guys for being with us for this big moment. But okay, so we have 5 judges today, all right? But 4 of them are here on stage, and the last one is going to be you, the audience. You guys will be the 5th judge, which means you can vote for your favorite startup via the Web Summit Qatar mobile app using Slido. After the 3 pitches today that you'll see, you can vote by clicking on your profile in the top left corner of your screen, all right? So you can see it right here, how to do it. From there, you will see an option called Pitch Final, which is where you will submit your vote at the end of the session. Voting will open after the last pitcher leaves the stage and will remain open for only 15 minutes. So it's mostly everybody here is going to vote. If you want to have your say on who the winner is, please make sure you vote. All right, now you know the rules. Let's kick this final off. Who's ready for the pitch finals, right? Okay, we have 3 amazing startups waiting to go on stage and show what they got. First up is Iman, a back-end as a service for bank-enabled interest-free solutions. Please welcome Rustam Rasmatov to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rustam, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Iman. Today, I'm here to represent the problem of 2 billion people and only 1% of the whole banking system serving them. Can you feel the gap? Can you feel the size of the problem that we are having? Only 1% on the supply side and 25% of the whole world population. Today, I'm here to talk about interest. the problem that nobody is talking about. Yet, it is killing millions of people, making them financially dead. In Uzbekistan, where I was born, the situation is even worse. The problem is even bigger. 35 million people and 0 Islamic banks. So I'm here today to present the solution that will end the problem of interest once and forever. The solution is Iman. Iman, from the B2C side, is a super app that consists of 2 products today: interest-free deposits and interest-free loans. Today, 70,000 people already using it in Uzbekistan, and Iman in B2B side is a banking-as-a-service infrastructure that has several fintech products that we can sell to the banks so that they can solve their community demand and launch fintech products. Currently, 4 banks testing it, and we have on-premise launched several fintech products in Indonesia, Saudi, and several other markets. So our roadmap consists of several products, including buy now, pay later, interest-free deposits, SNPL model, save now, pay later model, which is community banking model that is just the way that people fund other people's consumption choices like cars, houses, and others. So we have started in early 2022. We are backed by several VCs, like 500 Global from US, local Kazakhstan and Uzbek-based funds and from Singapore. And we have 600,000 users already. 300,000 of them are active, 70,000 using our platforms, and we have $1 million in ARR in 2 years. So business model is very simple. It's a profit-sharing model, so that depositors share profits for financing other consumption choices. And for B2B, there is a setup fee for every bank that we onboard, and we share the profits with the bank as well. We have started from Uzbekistan, and we are going to Muslim-majority markets next. And we have competitors, but our competitors can be our clients as well. And our team are all stars in AI, in product development, and risk management. And we're currently raising $2 million and at a $20 million cap. And remember just that it's not about me, it's not about my pitch, it's about the community that we are building, ethical, sharing, and free of interest. Thank you.
All right, judges.
Thank you very much.
We have a couple of minutes for questions for Iman. Anybody can go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for this pitch. We feel the passion, which is great. So my question for you is that we see a lot of solutions trying to solve this problem today in the market, right? So I want to understand better from you, how do you see your specific positioning? What's unique about your solution? How are you specifically competitive compared to everything else we see to solve such pain?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So our unique point is that we are building the products in-house in Uzbekistan, where the problem is like really big, and we are selling to the banks globally like a software as a service products. So we have several products that are unique that we are creating with our engineering team, and we are selling to the B2B focused banks so that they can enter the B2C sector, like as a neobank model. And we can partner with traditional banks so that they can launch halal options for their customers.
Great pitch. Question on your growth plan. You're planning to go to Indonesia and adjacent markets. What's your defensibilities there, knowing that in Uzbekistan you have a first-hand exposure and you're the first player in the market, right? So how do you see yourself growing, and what's the defensibility outside the shell?
Yeah, so our main defensibility is a network effect of our products. Because we are expanding through the banking as a service model, it's a white label model powered by Iman. So we are building the standardized Islamic fintech products and selling to the banks with our tagline, powered by Iman. So the network effect works in a way that our super app enters that market together with the banks so that the community will understand that these products are halal, they are Sharia compliant, and will trust to the brand that there are no, like, conventional products involved into that. So there is a more trusting point other than just the traditional banks launching halal products themselves. That's the first one. The second one is our team. We have deep experts in engineering, in Islamic finance, in AI, so that defensibility there is that together with us, banks will launch their fintech products in months, not years, as with their internal team or with other core banking solutions.
So 50% of your target market is female, but 0 of your team members are. How do you think you're going to come up with Islamic financing products that are suitable for women?
Yeah, great question. We are a small team yet. We are still, growing. We understand that our customers are females, especially in retail, especially in B2C. And we're gonna solve that problem in the future once we fundraise. But currently, I can say that not 50%, but 90% of our consumers in Uzbekistan are women, and they are much better customers in terms of the risk, in terms of the NPL. And our focus of the marketing of the product and product development team is mostly about understanding and building for women as well.
Great. All right, everybody, round of applause for Iman. Thank you. Great first stop. Okay. Our second finalist is called Breshna.io, and they're empowering you to create your own purposeful video games with no code at lightning speed. Let's welcome Mariam Nusrat.
All right, everyone, let's do this. Did you know that you can make your own video games in less than 15 minutes? Hi, I'm Mariam Nusrat, and I'm transforming the gaming industry so that people like you and I can make our own video games without writing a single line of code. Now, games are powerful communication tools. The impact that they leave on our brains far transcends the virtual boundaries in which we play them, and yet, we do not see games being mainstreamed for a purpose beyond entertainment. The reason for that is time, money, and skills. It's always money. Games are complicated, time-consuming, and costly to build. Until now, our platform, Breshna.io, creates games with no code, at 0 cost, and at lightning speed. Breshna means lightning in the Pashto language, which is my mother tongue. Now, we're not only changing how video games are created, which is with no code and at lightning speed, but also how they're used. On the use side, Breshna empowers you to create snackable video games for education, entertainment, social impact, and marketing purposes. So think about a math teacher that wants to make learning fun. She can make her own Super Mario-like run-and-catch game where you're catching even numbers and you're dodging odd numbers and you're having a blast. Or a puzzle game where a business owner wants to reveal a discount code or a product. It's kind of like the Canva for purposeful gaming. And the best bit is, you can create games in multiple languages, which is why we've seen Middle East become one of our 3rd largest user bases, because teachers are making Arabic video games for science and math learning. And speaking of traction and progress, we've made mad progress in the past 2.5 years. 175,000 registered game makers that have created over 150,000 video games with more than 2 million gameplays. We've also raised $2.5 million in seed funding from investors like Paris Hilton and Randy Zuckerberg, and we have a fire product stack, a no-code game maker engine, an AI-powered text-to-game engine, and a Web3-enabled carnival-themed metaverse where you can actually display, showcase, and monetize your video games. Now, this roadmap unlocks 4 recurring revenue channels: digital land sales, immersive advertisements, premium subscriptions, and rev share from our content monetizers. This puts us on a path to profitability by the end of 2024. Now, while the journey for Breshna is just beginning, I have more than a decade of experience in the education and purposeful gaming space. For this work, I've been recognized by the Clinton Foundation, on the Forbes Next 1000 Entrepreneur list. I've been on the TEDx stage, and a winner on the Entrepreneur Elevator Pitch Show. I'm doing this work with a team of 25 developers and designers, and we're intersecting and operating at the intersection of no-code, Web3, gaming, and AI. We believe that the demand for short-form content is higher than ever before. And with games being a universal language, the stage is set for the next TikTok for video games. I am on a journey to empowering the next 100 million people so they can tell their stories through video games. The question is, are you game Qatar? Thank you.
All right, judges, any questions for Breshna? Go ahead.
So thank you for this amazing pitch and for all this energy. So we mentioned 4 revenue streams, right? So can you clarify which one is the most rewarding and what the efforts you're spending in each, and which one is the more rewarding for you?
Right. So actually, thank you for that question, Sumaya. And I'm having a little bit trouble hearing the question fully, but I think you're asking about the revenue streams.
Yes. And which one is more rewarding for you?
Which one's more rewarding? So actually, the way we're sequencing it is on the B2C side, the premium subscriptions, kind of like a Canva model, $8 per month. So we've seen a lot of excitement from our users for premium templates, premium avatars, custom URLs, the ability to upload your own logos and everything. So that's going to be the first one that unlocks. But eventually, something that we see is that rev share model. So the TikTok for video games is going to be the one that scales up. We also have a couple of existing revenue opportunities on the B2B side, where the largest telco in Pakistan is using Breshna to create a pipeline of fresh video games every single month. They put 15 games on their app, and these respond to local events. So it's in the Independence Day, if it's Eid happening, if it's the cricket matches happening and everything. So on the B2B side, there's a retainer and a rev share. And on the B2C side, there's subscription and then the revenue share on the monetization. Thank you.
That's a great presentation. Thank you. So you've done a great job acquiring game makers. How do you do that? What's the secret that you get so many game developers onto your platform?
I love that, Zach. And this was a little bit like throwing spaghetti at the wall, right? When we started, we were like, all right, who's going to be the user? What is the use case and everything? I've been building in public on Twitter every single day. I'm like, this is what I'm doing. This is who I am and everything. And that momentum, what we realized was that there was a flywheel of content creation. So one teacher would make a game, a math game, and send it on a WhatsApp group with like 40 students. And of those, around 22 would pick up Breshna and then go on and make their own video game. Now, granted that they weren't making educational games, they were making a Trevor Noah game or a makeup game or a Halloween game, but they started creating games. This is the generation of content creators. Our CAC is less than $1, and we've been able to leverage super users and ambassadors through that flywheel of content creation.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe can you tell us more about your background as a founder and the founding team?
Absolutely. So I actually come at this from spending 15 years at the World Bank, working in education policy. And around 7 years ago, I was like, you know what? I mean, I deal with these problems. I wonder if there's a power for video games. I grew up playing games like SimCity, where you're learning about urban planning without knowing you're learning about urban planning. So as a student project, I made a game. One of my first games was a reproductive health game. Menstrual health, actually, and you're catching pads with a pair of undies and you're busting menstrual myths. That was one of our first games. It got picked up. It got a lot of good traction. And that's when we started to see this power of hyper-casual video games for purposeful creation. But again, there was a huge barrier to cost, time, and skills. So rather than being a gaming studio, when COVID hit, the demand was too high, and I was like, you know what, we're going to build this. So my team of 25 developers, we've been working together for the past 8 years, and my co-founder is my brother from Pakistan who manages the team with me.
Great. All right, everybody, round of applause for Breshna.io. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Miriam, great job. All right, the final pitch startup is called Raises AI, and they're a company that provides an AI assistance for doctors, freeing them of paperwork and helping them with clinical decisions. Put your hands together for the last pitch of the day, Zaid Al-Faghi.
Can someone get me a clicker? Can someone get me a clicker on the thing? There's around 1,000 of you
looking at me in this room right now, 100 of you will die because of a diagnostic error, and the rest of you can sit comfortably. For every 1 hour your doctor spends with you, they spend 2 hours doing paperwork, 2/3 of their time. And the top 2 causes of physician burnout are too much paperwork and spending too much time at work. And these problems are costly. They cost the world trillions of dollars. They cost the US alone $500 billion, where there's a lot of good data on this. And the reason these problems exist is because doctors have too much on their hands. It's impossible to do everything we do both perfectly and time efficiently. And that's where we step in. We use AI to handle the paperwork and analytical tasks in frontline medicine, and we do this by using AI to provide a specialist-level second opinion, a professional scribe, and a tireless admin assistant. And when I say specialist-level second opinion, I mean diagnosis with accuracy of upwards of 99.7% with the click of a button. I mean management planning with comprehensive, tailored, evidence-based management plans being generated with the click of a button. When I say professional scribe, I mean we handle over 90% of the paperwork that clinicians need to do. A note taker that can listen to a consultation and transcribe it and output a proper clinical note. Document generation that saves doctors hours of time by generating documents in seconds. Dictation tools built for healthcare, presentation-ready medical summaries generated instantly, and OCR to enable the seamless transition between screen and paper and screen and screen. And when I say tireless admin assistant, I mean we make sure every doctor is paid in full and on time. And when I say we're end-to-end, we truly are. We target every aspect of the workflow that forms the spine of clinical medicine. And the value that can be delivered here is immense. Up to 5 hours saved per doctor per day. That's the equivalent of increasing your medical workforce by 50%, 50% reduction in diagnostic errors, and the death and destruction harm that they cause, over $300 of value delivered per patient interaction, and the ability to make medicine human again by taking doctors away from their computers and allowing them to focus on empathy, communication, human understanding. And we're going to market with 2 products, a B2C product, which we beta released, and a B2B product. The B2B product distinguishes itself with EPR integration, customizability, and billing and coding tools. And as a founding team, we're a doctor, and I can't find my co-founder, but he's very handsome. He's a bioinformatician, and we have a clear understanding of the problem and a clear sight of the solution. We have an all-star team behind us. That's not all our team. We've validated our product scientifically. We've published in peer-reviewed journal. We've presented at academic conferences, and we have lots of internal research proving what we do. And the market we're going after is huge. It's $13.5 billion bottom-up in the UK and US alone. And that's not the only markets we're targeting. We're even targeting this region. And we're all about supercharging productivity, eliminating error and burnout, and making medicine human again. And I'm sorry about the issue with the slides. I wasn't given a clicker. But yeah, thank you.
Good work on your toes there. Okay, any questions?
Absolutely. Amazing what you're working on. Take me through deep dive through your platform, not from logistical point of view of streamlining the operation, but the accuracy rate of diagnosis. How did you build the logic from where you sort these things?
So I never heard properly. I think you're asking how did we validate the rate of the accuracy rate of diagnosis? Was that?
So the diagnosis. Take us through a deep dive on the diagnosis module. Yeah. So the rest is very clear on streamlining the workflow. How did you get about the algorithm there? What's the logic behind it? How did you combine?
So 70% of diagnostic errors occur because of cognitive failures. So lapses in attention, bias, etc. Most of these occur in the frontline clinical medicine portion of the workflow. And you heard about the consequences of them. Death is one, but harm is a huge part of that as well. What our system does is it pulls all the text-based data on a patient, so their imaging reports, their blood reports, their history, all the unstructured data as well, analyzes it through our model, and then outputs a diagnosis alongside the evidence points that support that diagnosis, so the doctor knows what the system was thinking. in addition to alternative things to consider if the doctor disagrees. Everything is editable, and nothing is inputted without the doctor's permission into any patient record system or anything of that sort. Doctors remain in full control, but it gives them a specialist-level second opinion.
So just to follow on that, did you use a third-party AI engine such as Watson or what may have you, or you build your own thing?
So we've built on top of foundational models. We published the paper on the performance of foundational models. GPT-4 performed with 93.9% accuracy. We modified GPT-4 with two main techniques, retrieval augmented generation and shot learning, GPT-4 Turbo, without having to fine-tune it. And we achieved an accuracy rate of 99.7%. Obviously, the prompt engineering was an important part. In our paper, we found that even when using a foundational model, the prompt made the accuracy vary wildly. But our model kind of made it consistently much more accurate.
Good job mitigating the challenges of the presentation. Walk me through your financial model and customer acquisition. Are you going after specific doctors first? So maybe start with that and then the financial. How are you making money?
When it comes to our B2C app, we're currently pre-revenue, where we've released it to beta testers who are doctors across various disciplines. We're not targeting a particular specialty because of the nature of our product. We will eventually be making money from our B2C product through a freemium subscription. At this stage, because of the sensitive nature of the area we're building in, we're still quite early. We want to make sure that this isn't half-cooked and it's done as perfectly as possible. So we're getting valuable product feedback. In terms of our B2B model, we're selling to hospitals and clinics. And that would be a setup fee, an annual subscription per user, and then additional usage fees to make sure our token costs are covered.
And a quick follow-up question to that. Are you going to integrate into existing systems that hospitals have?
Exactly. So we're a layer on top of the electronic patient records, I don't know if you've Epic and CERN and things like that. We sit on top of that. So we take the information that already exists within these patient record systems, analyze it, and then produce our outputs.
Can you quickly clarify your go-to-market strategy? Where are you operating now, and how are you planning to
So
grow?
we exist in the UK. We're based in the UK. We have had excellent meetings with hospitals here who practice medicine in English and use electronic patient records, so they can use, they would be able to use our product. We are also part of the Accelerated Access Collaborative with the National Health Service in the UK, and so there's a very promising pipeline in the UK as well. That's on our B2B side. On our B2C side, like I said, our go-to-market will involve kind of marketing directly to doctors, organizations, and things like that.
Any questions? No. Okay, great. Round of applause for Zaid and Raise.
Thank you.
All right, keep it going. Thanks to everybody who just pitched at our Superstar Pitch Off today. All right. So remember that now that it's your time to have your say on who you think should be crowned Web Summit Qatar Pitch Champion. So open your app. The polls will remain open for 15 minutes, so make sure to cast your vote. Before we go, I'd like just to get some feedback from the judges here. Zach, what did you think of the pitches overall? Any favorites? Any insights?
I thought they all did a great job. It was excellent work. Some people really had to think on their toes there for a second, which was good.
That's good.
I thought by far my favorite from a presentation style perspective was the young woman at Brashana. She did an amazing job. I mean, really did a great job. But all of them were great companies.
Okay, great. Same question. Would anything stand out?
I think the talent that the doctor displayed and just going with the flow, given the challenges, is important. It's an important skill to think on your feet when you're an entrepreneur. Yeah.
Great.
It's amazing to see, Islamic financing being digitized and transformed, more accessibility to people who have better chances in life. That's great. Brashna's amazing tool for, Gen Z and even the newcomers to create their own content, but B2B, B2C side, that's beautiful. And the more we decrease the error in health and healthcare, it's important to, have a better well-being. So this is great for these 3 startups to reach here today. That's commendable.
Yeah, great.
Well, I mean, I want to start by saying the three of them deserve to be in the final. So I'm happy we're hearing such pitches. It's really refreshing. So I really see the pain when it comes to Phases AI. Like this pain, we see it; it's huge, and we still don't see solutions that are really conquering the market, and it's really important, right? So this speaks to me in that sense. For the video games, it's definitely a huge market, and the founder is super passionate and a go-getter. We can feel that. So this is extremely interesting. And for Iman, I mean, the fintech aspect of it, it's definitely interesting. It's a niche that needs to be tackled. But it's also a competitive market, so it's interesting to see how they will differentiate themselves more and approach, conquer the market faster than the others.
Okay, great. Well, that sounds pretty tight. I can't hear a clear winner this time. So now the judges' scores will be collected and counted, as will your audience Slido vote. So the winner pitch we will announce here on Center Stage at 3 p.m. So be sure to stick around for the big reveal. Thank you. Have a great lunch. We'll see you all later.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create, allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative force.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
transformative force.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
AI will be transformative force.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Please welcome to the stage TV host of Globo and Life of the Party, Laura Vicente.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to Center Stage here at Web Summit Qatar. This is the final countdown to the end of Day 3. My name is Laura Vicente, and I'm the co-host of Web Summit Rio, which is our next event after Qatar. I would love to show you the amazing Latin market at the second Web Summit Rio, where we already have confirmed guests like the president of Ripple, Monica Long, the president of Signal, Meredith Whittaker, and Brazilian YouTube sensation Conzilla. Okay, on to the final afternoon at Web Summit Qatar. The business of super fandom, from card collectors chasing the next Rookie Grail and WWE fans bidding on leaked memorabilia to YouTube mega creators, such as Dude Perfect, actioning props from their most famous trick shots. The collector's business is massive, and Fanatics Live is putting themselves in the middle of it all by building unique connections between leagues, athletes, creators, and fans. In conversation with Chris Wheatley of National World to share his thoughts on the power of content, community, and commerce, please welcome the CEO of Fanatics Live, Nick Bell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Nick.
Hi.
I guess the best place to start is 16 years old. You grew up on a sheep farm in the northeast of England, and now you've worked for some of the biggest brands in the world, Google and Snapchat. So my question is, how do you go from a sheep farm to working for some of the biggest companies?
It's an interesting question. So I think my sort of childhood formed a lot of who I am today. Growing up in the middle of nowhere kind of really led me to look for something to escape, and the internet kind of gave me that opportunity. So from a pretty young age, I was building websites and kind of experimenting with technology, and that led me to my first creation, which was one of the UK's largest teen communities that I sold when I was 16, left high school at that point, and started on my kind of entrepreneurial journey. I think when you have an early success like that, you think that the next success is just around the corner. But it took me a number of years to kind of figure out what I was going to do next, which kind of led me to 2005 when I started becoming obsessed with online video. And through that, ended up sort of moving to London, then moving to New York, and then moving to LA. So that was kind of the story. And I've been very fortunate along the way to work for, as you said, some of the biggest and kind of most sort of inspirational brands in the world, from News Corp to Snapchat to Google, and now on to Fanatics.
And so you mentioned some of the biggest, most influential people in media, Evan Spiegel at Snapchat, Rupert Murdoch at News Corp. What did you learn from those guys?
You know, I think for me, that's the thing that has been the most interesting is, you know, working for inspirational leaders. And, you know, my time at News Corp was, you know, working closely with Rupert and seeing, you know, someone who was just really a master of their craft. I think, you know, during my time at News Corp, what was pretty interesting is I would travel with Rupert around the world to various newspaper offices, and the first thing he would do when he got there would be sit down with the editor of the newspaper, open the newspaper, and sort of start to redline the newspaper. And he would, you know, talk about, you know, the images that they used, the headlines that they used, and just learning from people like that was obviously, you know, a huge inspiration for me. Obviously, going to work at Snap and being a part of, you know, Snap's early transformation from being just a messaging platform into a media and content play, and working alongside Evan Spiegel during that period, you know, taught me a lot. We obviously, you know, built a product that really transformed how people use mobile devices. And then more recently, leading the search experience at Google, I got to build a product that is used by 2 billion people a day. And just being a part of that ecosystem was kind of fascinating. And now on to working for Michael Rubin at Fanatics. And Fanatics is an organization where we're just getting started, but the business is kind of 10 years old. But we have so much more to do to kind of lean into servicing sports fans across the globe.
So tell us about your new role at Fanatics Live and what exactly are you doing there?
So taking a step back, Fanatics is, as I mentioned, it's about 10, 12 years old. The business now is a business that serves over 100 million fans across 3 major products. So we have the commerce business, which is basically an e-commerce site where we serve all of the major leagues in the US, MLB, NFL, NBA, etc., with official merchandise. The business is about 18,000 employees, and we really have the strongest relationships with franchises and athletes. We have over 3,000 athletes as part of the Fanatics family, as we like to call them. And really, it's about super serving fans. So a couple of years ago, we got into another additional 2 businesses. We have a betting and gaming business, and then we have the collectibles business, which I'm a part of. And I oversee the direct-to-consumer part of the collectibles business. So really super serving collectors with sports trading cards and collectibles.
And recent deals with WWE and Tom Brady.
Yeah, so Fanatics is really based around putting together the one-stop shop for fans. We're at the start of that journey, as I said earlier, but it's about building the relationships with the leagues, building the relationships with athletes, and then helping fans access that. And that's where Fanatics Live came from. So Fanatics Live is a live commerce platform where we bring together content, we bring together community, really with the purpose of entertainment. But the byproduct of that is commerce. So I think what's interesting about Fanatics and commerce right now is we're at this kind of moment in time where I think people are actually being inspired and discovering products they want to purchase in a new way. This is actually one of the trends that I saw at Google. If you go to Google today and you search for who is the president of Ecuador, Google is great at serving you that answer. But if you're looking for, spring fashion for men, getting 10 blue links is not really the best way to discover. And I think that's probably the biggest threat to Google's business right now, platforms like TikTok, which aid the discovery. But we think there is an even more interesting way to do that via live commerce. And, live shopping is nothing new. I mean, if you think about QVC in days gone by, live commerce is like, something that's been around for a while. But actually bringing that together in a platform where you can bring, thousands of creators into one product, which, can serve your taste, serve your needs, and actually create an environment where not only can you interact with the host of the show itself, but you can interact with like-minded people within the host, within the stream itself as well. So, I think it's an interesting area. It's a huge market in China, but in North America, it's still pretty nascent, and we're trying to lead the charge there.
And I mentioned Google and Snap before. Is there anything in particular that you learned from your time working there, which you've taken into Fanatics?
So when I joined Snapchat in 2014, it was a messaging app, and the reason I joined Snap was to help transform the business from being just a messaging app to a business, if you like. When I joined, we'd still not served any adverts. It was still at a kind of very early stage, although had huge traction with users. There's probably 40, 50 million users at that given moment in time. But it was still trying to figure out how to monetize the platform. So we built out Snapchat Discover, which was kind of the content play at Snapchat. And during that time, it was really about how do you use video and what does video look like on a mobile device. So, we pioneered vertically cut video. The Stories product was obviously something that has now been taken as a format and replicated across many different products, obviously TikTok, Instagram, etc. So for me, that was kind of an interesting moment in time because we were trying to pioneer the format. When I went to Google, again, it was at an interesting time where, for the first time since its inception, Google was starting to face threats and competition from outside the traditional search market. As I mentioned before, people discovering information in new ways, whether that was on TikTok or on Instagram, but behaviors were starting to change. So joining that business at an interesting time when it was starting to think about what was next. And I really think the same is true with commerce today. I mean, the days of going to an online commerce shop and just searching for what you're looking for seems to be a little archaic. And I think if you look at the world of media, it's changed radically over the last 20 years. It's gone from newspapers to blogs to now we consume via video. That same change hasn't really occurred yet in commerce. You still buy socks and toilet paper in the same way that you buy a shirt from your favorite athlete. And I think that's going to change. And I think that's obviously what we're embarking on right now.
That kind of leads me on to my next question. And where do you see fan engagement going, especially in your role at Fanatics at the moment?
So I think everyone here today engages with their icons and their idols in a very different way to how they engaged with their icons and idols, even 5 years ago. We expect to see a constant stream of updates. We really want to get closer to the people we care about. Obviously, that started with social media with friends and family, but has now evolved to the people who we care about in our lives, the celebrities, the athletes, the newsworthy people. And I think what's interesting is we want more and more access, and we want that access to be more real-time. And I think what's interesting about sport is it's something that not only brings a connection with the athlete, but brings that connection with the community around it. I mean, I was flying here a few days ago and was getting onto a plane and saw someone wearing a Newcastle United jersey, which is my team, and struck up a conversation. It was a young guy who was coming from LA. You don't see many Newcastle jerseys in LA, but we were instantly able to strike up a conversation. And sport does that. It creates that bond and connection. And I think that sense of community, that sense of belonging, that sense of feeling like you're part of something bigger and greater is something that sport's always been great at. And I think the world of digital obviously enables that. And I think the world of collectibles helps you do that as well. It allows you to be a part of something and actually form conversation and have a passion around a shared team, a shared subject, and in the case of collectibles, a shared item, a shared product.
We'll forgive you for supporting Newcastle United, of course, Nick. I'm only joking. Any plans to expand the global footprint of Fanatics over the next few years?
So Fanatics has been pretty focused on the US. We have a lot of work to do. I mean, I think our aim with Fanatics is to really provide everything to a fan when they want it. So starting with merchandise, obviously moving into betting and gaming, moving into collectibles. But there's an interesting sort of strategy drawing that Walt Disney drew in the 1950s, which kind of showed how the Disney strategy and the vision for Disney, and it was how you could go and watch a movie, go to the theme park, buy some merchandise, and how it kind of all connected together. And I think the world of sport is pretty similar. Fandom is something that you want to participate all day, every day, not just when you're at the game or watching it on TV. And I think there's an opportunity for us to do that. And I think we're kind of just starting there. We've got a lot of work to do, as I said, but I think it's an interesting opportunity.
We're obviously here at Web Summit. There's a lot of aspiring entrepreneurs and people who maybe want to be the next Nick Bell. So could you maybe give a bit of advice for them?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think for me, I've been really fortunate, as I said, to work at companies that are going through periods of transition. But I think for me, it's always been about the leaders in those businesses. And I think, obviously, people who have a vision, people who want to do something that's going to disrupt, people that do something where, they really are the kind of masters of their art, put it that way. And I think I've been fortunate to do that, but I think I would just say, try and surround yourself with the best people and learn and ask questions. That's why I come to places like Web Summit, to meet interesting people and to learn from those people. But, I think there's, I kind of remember when I started getting involved with the internet, I kind of was upset that I'd missed out on, being early with the internet and being early with personal computing. I felt like I'd missed a kind of wave of a generation. And then, 10 years later, mobile devices come along, and that kind of revolutionized the world once again. And it feels like, we're at that point again with AI, and we're at that point again where the world has been heavily disrupted, and the way we do things, the way we go about our daily lives is going to change. And I think it's a super exciting, time, and just seeing that kind of rebirth of industry, that regeneration of an industry, and then seeing, more and more resources going into solving problems that, gets, and the kind of innovation curve getting shortened and shortened is pretty interesting.
Nick, you've got a track record of spotting trends before they happen. And is there any particular trend you expect to see over the next few years?
I don't think I spot trends before they happen. I think I'm just quick to jump on them when I see them gathering pace. I mean, I think, AI is clearly the conversation of the conference, and something that, as you walk around the kind of startup village here, you see as a very prominent theme. And I think it's going to be fascinating to see, where we see the biggest traction there in the short term. I was listening to a podcast on the way over here, actually, that was talking about the job cuts in the world of technology. And it was saying, how much of those are actually cost savings that have been driven by the macro climate versus how many of those job cuts are actually being created because AI is already playing a huge role in actually making us more efficient as organizations, or certainly shifting the focus of how we become more efficient. So I think that's going to be interesting to watch. I think personalization is another piece that feels like a big opportunity, particularly with Gen AI, getting content served in the tone that we want to consume it, in the format that we want to consume it. And I think that can be applied to everything we do, whether that's, fandom, whether that's commerce, whether that is, education and information. And I think, some of those trends are very early stage, but, as I mentioned before, the kind of innovation curve and the amount of time it takes for those trends to actually come to reality seems to get shorter and shorter. So I expect over the next, the next 6 to 12 months to see significant changes to some of the consumer products that we use.
That's what I was going to say. Is AI something that you're expecting to be involved with more in Fanatics over the next few years?
So I think at the heart of it, as I said at the top of the conversation, we have over 100 million customers across our platforms today. And that's a huge amount of information and data that we have on consumers. But I think it also changes the, consumer expectations have changed now. If I'm a Nets fan, I don't expect to come to the Fanatics website and be presented with, LA Kings, content. A, it's the wrong sport. And B, it's the wrong team. So, I think there's an expectation now as consumers that has been born from, the constant use of social media and the constant scrolling through apps, that the content that we see is relevant to us. So I think, that's something that I think is gonna really come and take shape. And, I think data and loyalty at the heart of most businesses now is probably what's going to set them apart and create that moat. Which allows us to build the experiences around that. So I think it's a huge opportunity, but I also think consumer expectations are, rightly so, just becoming more accustomed to getting more personalized experiences, and the expectations of consumers is just getting higher and higher every single month that goes by.
Really fantastic stuff, Nick. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your time, everyone. Nick Bell.
Thank you.
How do you make content stand out when there's a seemingly infinite amount of it out there? In this next session, we'll discover the secrets to success and to learn about fame, going viral, and creating a mega audience. In conversation with journalist Humara Chowdhury, please welcome São Paulo-based actress Carol Bresolim, who has 8 million followers on TikTok, 5 million on Instagram, and a chemical engineer who likes combining modest fashion, makeup, and lifestyle that suits Islamic and Arabic culture to her 1 million followers on Instagram, Hanin Al-Saifi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon. What an introduction. I'm going to just jump straight in and start with you, Carol.
Okay.
Talk to us about your social media journey. How did it start for you?
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. It's a huge pleasure to be here with all of you. My journey, yeah? I started I was a model, and I started with a YouTube channel. My YouTube channel made growth that is incredible because I talk about food. And I have it's a video format that is called Best versus Worst. I deliver the best rated food and the worst rated food and compare the deliver, the quality, and all the things. And this was a success. And I think that all the influencers need to stay in all platforms. Because of this, when my YouTube grow, all the platforms grow.
Yeah, of course. I agree. Hanin, let's start with you. Talk to us about your social media journey. How did it all start off for you?
So, first of all, hi, everyone. I think the first thing that I had in mind is that at some point in social media, all the influencers, they were Western influencers. There is not much Arab influencers who represents the Muslim and the hijab community at all. So this is the main idea for me. It was to represent the Muslim woman in an appropriate way, to show that she's educated, she lives freely, and she can do all the lifestyle that we see it all around the world. I tried to also to show because somehow the media showed the opposite for the Muslim woman. So this is what I tried, or this was the main thing that I wanted to show to people.
So what would you say, Carol, is the secret to your success? You both, as we heard in the introduction from Laura, have millions of followers between you.
Yeah. I think that have a lot of secrets that you can do, like use popular audios on videos, on Reels, TikToks, and talk about popular contents. And there is a thing that I usually use that is take care about the 3 first seconds in the video, because we are in a generation that it's all this all the time.
Lots of scrolling.
So you need to grab the attention in 3-5 seconds.
Yeah, we don't have that much time to grab the attention. That's true.
Yeah, to grab attention for the public that, okay, I want to stay here. And this is a really rule that it's a success.
It's a simple rule, but it's really an important one for everyone, even from the audience who wants to create their content. Because I always believe, as she mentioned, everyone now is in a rush. So they don't have that much time to watch the full video. Right. They need these 3 seconds. Either they're going to like it and watch it or not.
And I always talk about the quality of the video. If you have a good light, a good audio, it's comfortable to watch the video.
Yeah.
So you need to take this. I think this is...
Haneen, what about you? What would you say are the secrets to your success?
Yeah, actually, I totally agree. And I think everyone who works in social media, we all have the same techniques. Adding to that is one main thing is that consistency. So you need always to be there. Because today, if anyone of the audience wants to create their own platform and start growing their account, for example, in Snapchat or Instagram or in YouTube, you can't just come today and then like disappear for 1 month, and then you are expecting your followers to grow, because they will feel that you are not consistent. Like you appear once and then you disappear the other time. So I feel this is an added point to the points that Carol mentioned.
Has there been a piece of content that really went viral for you, that was a real big success, something that you posted that really kind of put you on that trajectory?
I'm not listening to you. I'm so sorry.
So was there a piece of, can you give us an example of a piece of content that you posted that was very successful?
Yeah, I think the most famous for me is the YouTube video that I told.
The food reviews, I think.
Yeah, and I think the success of this video, it's that the audience have curious about my experience, that I live in this with foods, and it's not great food maybe, and it's curious about how my experience, the followers and the audience, it's always curious about our life, our experience, our travel, all the things that you have to create a storytelling of all the things that you talk about. So this is for me is the best. But in the other platforms, it's always important to do storytelling. You show what we're doing, because we are in a year, we are in the time that it's all the people have curious about the other. Yeah, I think this.
Curiosity is key. So you've mentioned quality, you've mentioned storytelling, you've mentioned good photography. Haneen, what would you add to that in terms of like the key objectives and the key elements you need for good content?
I believe it's knowing your audience. So as I mentioned in the beginning, my target was the Muslim woman and the Arab woman. So I knew who my audience are and what are they expecting from me. So here comes the other part, which is let's say, which video or piece of content that went viral. For example, for me, it was the hijab tutorial. Maybe you cannot imagine, like there's always beauty tutorials, there is always makeup tutorials, but we always do not expect that there will be someone who will speak about how to wrap up your hijab and how to wear modesty. So this was the piece of content that the game changing for the whole Instagram account. And this piece of content, also it depends, as I told you, on the quality and the type of audience that I wanted to have, which I had them. Since that time, I had these audience.
Yeah. And in terms of, I get asked this a lot, and I'm not sure why, because my social media presence is terrible. But what are the key elements when it comes to making a piece of content go viral? What is it? Is there a magic formula?
Okay, I think it's really important to care about the quality that I told, because the light, the audio, the photos that you put, but it's important to know that all the platforms are different,
yeah,
and all the profiles are different. You need to know how to communicate with all the platforms. For example, the YouTube, it's a longest video that needs to quality, yeah, because it's like a TV, yeah, is a TV program. Mine is like a TV program of food, yeah. And Instagram is like your real life.
Short videos, posts,
stories.
It
can be short videos without quality all the time. You don't need to live to be the best quality on stories, for example, because it's your life. It's better for this. TikTok, it's a faster video without a big quality. You can do
more fun and trends.
Yeah, fun.
And,
It's okay. So you need to know how to communicate with the platform. It's different profiles, and have a secret for all them. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I believe it's like when you are making a cake, there's a recipe. So everyone's cake, it's different. So someone would like to do a chocolate cake, so you will add chocolate, or orange cake, you will add orange. So there's always a secret recipe that every one of us, they have the different tools, and they need to use them in a different way. So to get the good content and to get these audience, you need to know the recipe of your audience. Because, for example, if I'm copying someone else and I'm targeting totally different audience, I will notice that my followers, they are not growing, my account is not growing, and I will be disappointed or surprised, like, why my account is not growing. But the fact that I'm copying someone, this is the main issue or the main problem, that I need to have my own recipe and implement it on my own Instagram account.
And that recipe clearly worked for you and you, Carol. So how do you measure the success of your content? Is it the likes? Is it the reach? Is it the impact? How do you measure the success, Carol?
I think, how I imagine, I don't know. I think that all the things for future now, it's be truth. You need to be your truth. You need to be you, because from the future, I think that common content and fake content is usual. Is not usual.
It needs to be authentic.
Yeah, you need to be authentic. You need to be you. You need to do the first step. You need to start and be you, be your authentic ways to do the thing. So I believe that the future is more this than the only okay, I'm a fake, and I don't have a content real and my content. Do you know?
And how about you, Haneen? How do you measure the success of your content?
Okay, so there are so many tools. For example, some tools they were given by the Instagram or the Snapchat or the platform itself. So anyone can measure their success by checking their insights. But also there's the other part. So we are talking about the digital part, but there is the real life part. Because now if I'm doing content and I get so much engagement, it doesn't necessarily mean that this is a success, because maybe this engagement is negative engagement. So I need also to, you know, the word of mouth. Okay, it's really important in our business, because what people say, it's completely different than what you will see in the comments section, because at the end of the day, the comments, the likes, all can be made up. So you cannot measure the success as much as in real life as in the platform itself. So I believe there are two. One of them is the insights. The other one is that to see what people say and what do they talk about. So you understand and you reflect it on your platform, whether it's doing good or not.
So in terms of making good content, what would you say, Haneen, are sort of like the basic steps one needs to take? What should be the first steps if there's somebody who's new to social media or trying to gain traction or following? How should they go about it? What route should they take?
Yeah, so the first thing, and I think many people, they are interested now in growing their own Instagrams, whether they are influencers or they have their own business or they are public figures, or even they work in media. For example, for you, Humaira, I will say you wouldn't love to be you wouldn't post much about fashion because your audience will not be interested.
Right.
So every one of us, if we want to grow our Instagram, we need to, or the platform that we are working on, we need to know who our audience are. This is the first step. Then, after knowing who they are, we will start knowing what to target. So, for example, many people will be interested to know what are the latest conferences for media. They are following you. So if you post more about it, they will be more interested than if you post about your outfit or your heels or, you know. So this is the main thing, is that all of us, we need to know what our audience are expecting from us.
Yes.
And then we proceed.
That makes sense. Although I do get some questions about my choice of shoes and my outfit.
We already asked you.
What about you, Carol?
Yeah, I think that the first step is start. You need to trust in you, yeah? So don't think about what the other people will think about you. You can trust in you and yourself, and take care about what your audience is interested in. You need to follow your follows. you need to...
Yeah, the followers, they direct you. I believe they tell you what they want to
Because
watch.
we can know what is interesting and what is not interesting. About the engagement, set this for us. You can post a reels, for example, with makes that for mine it's not good. Makes for her, it's so good. So the public will talk with you about with the comments you can see. So you need to understand this, and it will be good for you.
I hope so. I hope so. I've got time for one real quick question so we can answer it very quickly. How do you make money from your accounts when it comes to monetizing? What should people do?
Yeah, in the platform, YouTube and TikTok, we monetize for views. We receive for view. In Instagram, in Brazil, we don't monetize. I don't know if here monetize for views.
I'm not sure. I'm not in YouTube.
No?
Yeah.
In Brazil too. So I monetize with campaigns.
Partnerships.
That, for me, is the best. But on TikTok, if you post videos 1 minute more, né? You monetize. And YouTube, it's 8 minutes that you monetize. So we can do this only with views, or we can do campaigns with brands that is the best. Yeah?
Yeah, I agree.
All right, ladies, that's all we've got time for, I'm afraid. Thank you so much for that very insightful conversation, and I hope you found it insightful too. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
The global talent economy is undergoing significant transformation, including technological advancements, demographic shifts, and changing work preferences. Organizations are reevaluating employee value proposition, or EVP, to attract and retain employers. The challenge of AI is not the lack of jobs due to automation, but the scarcity of human talent to fill the roles that technology is creating. But what does it mean when an entire country with more than adequate financial resources wants to invest in a talent economy? In conversation with CNBC's Dan Murphy to discuss what the talent economy is and how he envisages Qatar's future, please welcome the founder and chairman of MBK Holding, Sheikh Mansour bin Khalifa Al Thani.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around for this next conversation. It is great to see so many familiar faces in the room and also to meet and greet some of you over the last couple of days. So thank you so much again. Sheikh Mansour, welcome into the conversation. It's great to see you here at Web Summit as well.
Great to see you. Thank you so much.
So we are going to spend the next couple of minutes talking about building the talent economy. And I'm sure there's some of you probably thinking, okay, what is the talent economy? So we'll unpack that, but before we get into the conversation, Sheikh Mansour, explain to us your mandate over at MBK, because you are not your average business builder. And I think it's important that people understand exactly why you're here and what it is you're working on right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everyone. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I would like really to, even before this, to thank His Highness, the Amir, for what he is doing for humanity, for the whole world, especially for Gaza. And a special thank for what he is. And I can't thank him enough for that, because we need it, really. And a special thank for what he is really supporting us with now, to foster what I'm talking about, the quality talent economy. So what I'm now to your question is about MBK. It is different because it's a serial entrepreneur journey that I went through, that I really respect and appreciate entrepreneurs. And I see entrepreneurs are the game changer, are the value creator, and they are our hope for a better planet that we are living in. So MBK Holding is a little bit more than angel investment or venture capital or incubator or accelerator. It's a complete ecosystem, and this is what probably I'll be talking about.
I also wanted to ask you, from a business perspective, what's the biggest trend you're seeing right now when it comes to deal making in Qatar and around the region? Where's the money going and why?
It's a great question, because the money always will go for what it's gonna make more profit, and we see the trend globally. The AI trend, the technology trends everywhere, and I could see a lot of successful deals happening recently, and I think this is more into seeing what the capital think will make more out of it. And this is where I think we need to contribute to this and in evolving it to even a greater profit. And this is what I believe in. We can do even greater profit, thinking different about the future economy.
When it comes to some of the trends that you're seeing, though, just specifically when it comes to funding in the region, because I know this is something that you look at as well, what are the startups and the sectors that are attracting the most amount of capital and why?
Yes. Talking about MBK and talking about what I believe in and what I think. I focus on people. I focus on quality talent. My decision always based on entrepreneurs, based on the team. I see the team before I see what they are doing, which is a little bit different than usual. And if the team is awesome, is great, then I see what next. Are they doing things that is really needed? Like, is timing is okay? So, because timing is really important.
Let's talk about building a talent economy then.
Yes.
So how would you characterize the talent currently on offer in Qatar and around the region? And what are the gaps that remain? What are the skills that are going to be required in order to advance the development of this economy and others around the region moving forward?
There is a paradigm shift on the talent requirement of the future. Most of the current skill sets will be evolved, and I believe that we will have actually more opportunities against what everybody is talking about, the threat of AI. It's really up to us how we will use it and how we will be applying it. But I see AI will give us more employment, actually, and it will train more people in a better way, more tailored to them. So, for example, that I really like to talk about mainly, if you have a limited skill set of someone, you can really upskill him just giving him an AI. So I think you are creating more opportunity if we think about it in a different way. We just need to think about it different. So the issue is us, is not the AI. So that's where also, again, I'm sorry to bore you with that, that's where the talent economy kick off. You need to change your perspective. Don't see what, see who. So who you are is everything. Where you are is irrelevant. So this is one of the foundations of the quality talent economy, is to attract brains based on their quality of heart before the brain. So we need to be more into the human and to acknowledge that we are really a human, and we need to make everything around us to serve humanity. It's not about achieving just a goal. No, we need to validate that. So talent economy is really where I think we should be seeing the economy should go for a better sustainable future. And this is a quote from His Highness the Emir and also from His Excellency the Prime Minister, that they really want to create a very sustainable economy. And I think the most sustainable economy is us. We are the main element of economy. Everything could go up and down, but we remain the same. So the quality talent economy is by attracting a quality talent to foster your own ecosystem and build your ecosystem based on that. that will differentiate your future economy, if that makes sense.
It's people that make all the difference.
Yes.
I think that's the point you're trying to get across, right?
Yeah, I know it sounds simple, obvious, everybody knows that, but we are not looking at it at that way. We always see what this is doing, what this company is doing, how much it's making. We forget the people behind it, or we see them later. So in real-life applications, we don't really focus on the quality talent, because if we focus on the quality talent, we will give them the opportunity that will make them flourish and do much more, actually.
What about when it comes to training and skills development? And this is something that I asked about before, because I was listening into a really interesting conversation with Jensen Huang at NVIDIA in Dubai only a couple of weeks ago. And he was saying, if you have spent time studying computer programming, for example, or coding, which is really a skill du jour over the last couple of years, he says, don't worry about that anymore, because we now have AI that can do the coding for you.
True.
How do you respond to that?
Very true. And the gap between what we need and what is being taught is getting bigger and bigger. And that's very serious. We need to rethink education. We need to really think about the outcomes of education in a different way. Definitely the pace of curriculum development. The problem is the gap is getting bigger. It's not even staying the same. So you have a bigger gap every day because of the advancement of everything around you, but the curriculum mechanism is 100 years old, kind of. Even if you put automation and everything, still the process, the way it's been done, still, and the structure, the whole structure from KG to PhD is still more than 100 years old. So we need to really rethink that. And we need to build a much more industry-driven, dynamic curriculum. I would assume that each semester should be different, even with the same subject, from your previous, from the group of students that is being taught. So it needs to evolve on semester level. Now it's like it takes probably 2 years to 3 years to evolve, and sometime more. It's not going to work. And I wish we could reach even real-time update, which is maybe too futuristic for now.
If you were just starting your education journey today, maybe just going to school for the first time or considering a course to study at university, what would you pick up and why?
I would become more of people person. I would become more of discovering hidden talent. Because the real power of the quality talent economy lies on your ability to discover hidden talent. I'll give you an amazing example for that. We have a lot of Einsteins that are not being discovered at all, and they will never. Why? Because they are not exposed. Because to discover a talent, he needs to be exposed to the environment, to the thing that he is mastering himself. And what is a quality talent, or what is a talent? Let's go to the basic. How you define a talent? A talent when you master a skills in a very short period with joy. Because anyone can do anything. If you train him for 2 years, 3 years in certain thing, he will master it. But what about if someone will get the same level in 1 day? With joy, and he will excel and do even invention and innovation on that thing, because this is his hidden talent, which is, we have a saying, كُلٌّ مُيَسَّرٌ لِمَا خُلِقَ لَهُ. There is always something that you can do better than anybody else.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. We've spoken a bit about the skills required to develop the talent economy of the future. I wanted to ask you a little bit about regional competition, and this might be a little bit controversial, so I want your take on this. In Saudi Arabia, they have the Public Investment Fund. In Abu Dhabi, they have Mubadala and others, of course, QIA here in Qatar. We have very sophisticated, well-funded competitors around the world and in the region. So when it comes to developing the talent economy of the future, the startup ecosystem of the future, what are the metrics that will ultimately determine who survives and who doesn't? And how do you compete in this environment when there is so much competition to be the startup nation?
Great questions, because I've been thinking of the answer for a very long time. And trust me, it's a very simple answer, by the way. People are competing in the wrong way. I mean, it's not about how much you invest or how much you put in the technology or in this. It's actually a higher level that maybe I will end my speech with it in the end, that I have a personal mission statement that summarizes everything. But it's actually the global ecosystem and the future economy. I made it oversimplified. Like I just made it in 2 words, 2 pillars: trust and fairness. Trust to start, fairness to last. If you can master these 2 in a community and attract people so they can really trust you, and you are fair with them to last, you will win.
How do we know who to trust in the world of AI, though?
You will take me back to the same that I mentioned earlier. AI is nothing but what we want, really, to use it for. Even if it goes wrong, it's us made it goes wrong. So honestly, I don't see any threat in AI. I see the threat is us. We are the threat of using it in the wrong way.
Bingo. Bingo, I like that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to the original point. Yes, I think that's worth a round of applause, absolutely. Just quickly to go back to my original point, though, Qatar is going to have to compete to stay relevant in this fast-changing world.
Yes.
I mentioned the sophisticated, well-funded competitors. What more needs to happen here to develop the ecosystem to make sure that it stays relevant?
We started a bit early and late. We started early in 2009, talking about real entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem, regardless of what went here and there. I don't want to talk about it, but unfortunately, it went so much slow. Until last year, I was thinking, are we too late? Are we too late now to catch up? A surprising person came. He said, see, Qatar is Qatar. When they decide, they'll move fast, and they'll catch up. So I will clap for that. I'm proud of His Highness the Emir, of the great team that is there, and I believe quality people is there. And with the quality people, nothing is too late. You can always be ahead. So going back to the actual, on-the-ground, current ecosystem, I think we are starting really targeting in the right way by evolving the policy, because it's two main parts within the ecosystem, the government and the community. Everything will go within that, by the way, if you think about it. So the government is upgrading the policy, modifying the policy, and I know that there is a massive change coming in the policy, which is really great. Which will include funding structure, visa structure, attracting talent, and a lot of things. I just really hope that we move at the same momentum that we are now building, and we continue with the speed. And with the quality talent, we can really achieve so much beyond our imagination. We just need to get the right quality talent for the right job at the right time. That's it.
2 very quick questions before I let you go. The first one is in regards to what's going to happen next in this part of the world. You have built businesses, you have helped to shape this economy in a way with the businesses that you've built. So when it comes to what happens next, what's the #1 piece of advice you can offer anyone who is building a business today in this part of the world? And as an extension of that, what's the best lesson you've learned on your entrepreneurial journey so far?
Great. I will start with the second one. I failed a lot. I did a lot of failures. I started in 1996, built a brand called Speed. Nobody heard about because it was a total failure. Trying to compete with Dell in Qatar, it's impossible at 1996. So I really did a lot of mistakes, and I failed a lot, and I learned a lot from that failures, and many others, but that was a big one. lost a great amount of money at a very starting stage, slam in the face. Now I would recommend that people look for, again, kind of a great mentor, a great coach, and a great partner to work with. So whether you are starting new or a company established that want to come to the region, look for who can help you. Don't underestimate that you need someone to work with you. I think this is a common mistake. Sometimes they are very strong, very powerful, and they think we don't need anyone. Well, there is a culture, there is a human, there is an element, there is a community, there is a lot of things that you need. So I always advise, find your partner, find your coach, your mentor, your business partner, to either start or come from abroad.
The power of mentorship. And just finally, folks, what you might not know about Sheikh Mansour is that he is a very big aviation enthusiast.
Yes.
So I also wanted to get your take, maybe just finish on this note. What's more fun, building a business or flying a plane?
Well, that's very difficult. It's not fair. I mean, because I really love flying, crazy. But I think I will go for more helping people, coaching people. I think I would go for that. But I really love both. And let me give you my mission statement. We innovate innovation with a quality talent for better sustainable future. And I mean innovating innovation is not just a word. There is a methodology and approach of elevating and going beyond a traditional innovation, or what we know as a product innovation, business model innovation, concept innovation. We need to go beyond that to more of how we work together innovation, how people relation innovation, building a higher level of collaboration. Like we are based on a planet Earth, and we need to work together in a different way and rethink about everything that we are doing in a better way so we can really help each other in a better way. So innovating beyond innovation is the thing that we need to do with the quality talent for a better sustainable future.
What a positive note to end on. Ladies and gentlemen, please again make him feel welcome, Sheikh Mansour.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you so much again.
All right, it's 3 o'clock, so that means it's time for the pitch announcement.
Yeah.
With me today, Aman Matni from Tresor. How are you feeling today?
It's pretty exciting. It's amazing energy. Having the final pitches last day, so it's, you know,
it's good, right?
Heartbeat, amazing.
It's been a great show, though. You've enjoyed Web Summit Qatar first event, yeah?
Absolutely.
So at this Web Summit Qatar this year, we have welcomed over 1,000 startups from around the world. So now it's time to find out who is the best of the best. This year's pitch was a roller coaster of emotions for our 3 finalists. 40 of the best early-stage companies were here, selected for the group rounds. From those, only 3 emerged victorious and pitched earlier today in the grand final. I'd like to thank all the judges who were involved, and of course, all the startups who pitched their hearts out over the last 2 days. Before we announce our overall winner, let's take a look first at who you, the audience, voted for. All right, so the audience vote, 46% went to Raises, 28% went to Breshna, and 26% went to Iman. What do you think about that?
Amazing choices. I mean, the audience has pretty kind expert view. You know, they are entrepreneurs, they're talented people, and I believe they favored, you know, the medical impact in the medical space. That's pretty plausible. So
yeah.
all of them, they're awesome.
Yeah. Yep, great, okay. Our audience and judges don't always see eye to eye, though, right? So anything can still happen. Now we didn't know who the public voted for, let's find out, based on all our judges' votes, who is our next pitch champion. To hand off the pitch trophy, please welcome to the CEO of Jusor, Abdulhadi Barkan. All right, Amin, before we announce, talk a little bit about the companies that you looked at today. What are the judges what's the general vibe of what the judges felt?
You know, at first, we came into the room, we had our notes, we were chatting about one by one, the pros and cons, what's happening, what maturity level they are in, what impact they're going to create in their industry. And it was a very beautiful debate. You know, we have my fellow judges coming in from different backgrounds, VCs mostly. So from the first pitch from Iman, looking at how to increase accessibility of financing under the Sharia compliance, and also accessibly to, you know, probably, you know, to their numbers, there's quite underserved market, right? So that's favorable also. The second one, the gaming, you know, amazing Mariam's energy, and she's trying to disrupt that space, creating more content from the youth. So that was also plausible. So all of them, they're awesome. Also the med space, the optimization of the efficiencies of the healthcare. So they're very beautiful spaces they attacked, and you know, very plausible traction. It's a great place to be here, to pitch, to defend their business model, and also to put themselves out there. Yeah. So kudos to everybody.
Amazing. Okay. The teams are backstage. Let's take a look. They're on the camera. All right. Look at them. They all look very excited. All right. Amin, who is the winner of Pitch 2024 Web Summit Qatar?
I don't know. So let me see. Is there a drum roll?
Was there a drum roll?
No.
From the audience. All right.
All right.
Here we go.
It's Breshna. Mariam from Breshna. Congrats.
They're taking their time. Come on out. Come on. There she is. All right, Breshna.
Congratulations.
Let's take some pictures, yeah?
Well done. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Breshna, you want to say a few words about the competition?
100%. First of all, thank you so much to the judges, to you. Thank you so much. We absolutely have enjoyed our time in Qatar. Once again, had a blast sharing our vision of empowering the next 100 million people so they can tell their stories through video games. And all I can say is, thanks for being Game Qatar. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
All right, that's it for Pitch this year. Congratulations to our winner, of course, to the other finalists that had the courage to step foot on this stage once again. Although only one of you conquered the title, all of you conquered the stage here today. So see you next year for Pitch 2025 here at Web Summit Qatar.
Thank you.
Congrats.
The startup scene in Latin America has been growing dynamically, reflecting a vibrant ecosystem that is increasingly attracting attention from international investors, entrepreneurs, and policymakers. Major cities across the region have become burgeoning tech hubs, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. São Paulo in Brazil, Mexico City, Buenos Aires in Argentina, among many, many others. Last year, it was my pleasure to co-host the first edition of Web Summit Rio, where we welcomed over 21,000 attendees from 91 countries and nearly 1,000 startups to experience Latin America. I cannot wait to welcome you all to visit us this April 15th to 18th in Rio de Janeiro alongside 30,000 plus attendees in the most thriving startup country in the Latin world. This is Web Summit Rio. Kareem, Souk, Talabat, Fletcher, these are a few of the startups that have been able to scale out of this GCC and become major brands. As with every other region in the world, it's challenging for many startups to think about the global market from day one. They face a myriad of challenges, from cultural and regulatory differences to intense global competition. To discuss going global from the GCC in conversation with CNBC's Dan Murphy, please welcome Stephanie Noor-Prince, co-founder of Nua Capital, and Khalid Abou Jassoum, the founder and CEO of Else Labs, and from Rise Up Saudi, Her Highness Princess Lola Al Saud.
That one? That one?
Thank you all again. So let's talk about going global from the GCC, a perfect second conversation from the conversation we've just had with Sheikh Mansour, and also building on the pitch competition winners as well. So, Your Highness, I thought we could begin the conversation with you. Looking at the context in Saudi Arabia, largest economy in the region, deepest capital markets, and one of the largest populations. So what are you doing in Saudi Arabia to support the ecosystem and build startups there?
So I think in Saudi Arabia, we concentrate much about acknowledging the startups and giving proper education. So, every government entity in Saudi Arabia has a program under it that has an educational program for startups, specifically in the sector they are specified in. So in Saudi, we concentrate more about knowledge more than funding. And then also each government entity has a fund under it. For instance, we're speaking Ministry of Culture has 17 commissions under it. Each commission has a fund. So the Fashion Commission has a fund that funds fashion fashion ideas. The Ministry of, so you have also the filming industry. You have the film fund. So each fund educates and funds in the specific area they're specified in.
Your Highness, how would you characterize the maturity of the ecosystem in Saudi Arabia today?
I think we're way better than before, but we're not very well mature. So we're still, I would give it 70% of maturity till now. I think we're doing very well. I think we're actually reaching very good, let's say, percentage in terms of maturity of startups more than the ecosystem. And we're building as much as we can the ecosystem. Like Saudi wants to be the next Silicon Valley, not only in the GCC, in the world. So we're trying as much as we can to invest in the ecosystem to enhance our ecosystem as much as possible, to be a very soft land for everyone that wants to come from abroad to Saudi. So we're 70% there.
Okay, so still a ways to go, but absolutely getting there. Thank you, Your Highness. Khaled, I wanted to bring the conversation over to you and maybe focus in on more of a Qatari perspective, because you built a business in the region and, yes, scaled it to the world. So explain to me the maturity of the ecosystem here today. How would you characterize it? Would you want to put a percentage on it as well, as Her Highness has done?
I look at it from an entrepreneur perspective. More than a decade ago, I started my journey within the first incubator in the country. And today, if you count all the incubators and accelerators and all the different programs, we are having close to 10. I actually lost count. And that speaks to the huge evolvement, improvement throughout the past decade plus. And the fact that we have the Web Summit's first kind of Middle East manifestation as a platform here in Doha, I think speaks folds of how much the ecosystem, the local ecosystem actually came along in the past 10 years plus. Still a lot to come. I'm a big fan of continuous improvement and really evolving and moving forward. So just looking at the numbers from the number of startups, the number of programs being available, and put on top of it another piece, which is a platform like with the Web Summit, you can see how the ecosystem is evolving and coming along. Probably there are bigger statistics in terms of number of entrepreneurs and pre-kind of incubation programs and all the way to execution in different sectors, from fashion to manufacturing to tech to fintech, etc. But as somebody from the system, I definitely see a huge, huge improvement. I'm looking forward to the next 10 years to come.
Yeah, so I'm really curious to know what the next 10 years is going to look like as well. And I think in order to do that, we need to take a step back. So Stephanie, what's your take? Explain to us how you would characterize the maturity of the ecosystem here. Where have we come from and where are we going?
So maybe to set the stage a little bit, and I love how you ended this, Khaled, because I think the next 10 years are going to look nothing like the previous 10. Maybe to set some context, so when my partners and I started our careers, and call it a stroke of luck, we were able to keep track of startups on a Google spreadsheet. So it was very, very nascent. And by luck, I think we started really when the ecosystem was starting to see some traction and some action. I think what's happened really recently is that with all the players we've seen that the early stage ecosystem has kind of taken flight, really. So there's a lot more activity on early stage. To your point also earlier, when we started our career, I think we were one of 3 funds in a previous life, or one of 3 funds at the early stage. When we launched Nuwa Art Firm, there were about 40 early stage VCs. So there's a lot more support, I would say. It's been de-risked to a certain extent. There's a lot more companies being launched, but I think a really positive signal to everyone here is that there's also a lot more companies graduating from Series A to Series B. And I think that's like a real sign of the maturity of the ecosystem.
When it comes to building regional champions, just to play devil's advocate here, why don't you think we've seen as many as other developed markets?
There's a few things I think that come into play. I think it's also important we are at an inflection point today, and it's important to sort of pause and take stock of what's happened in the past 10 years. It's still a very nascent ecosystem, and we've had our success stories, and granted, maybe they've been, everyone kind of knows who the big companies are in the region and have kind of expanded regionally and then globally. There's a few things that come into play. The first one being is we are not one big economic bloc. Building a regional company is still a feat. It's still very tough. We're talking about around 21 countries. You're almost rebuilding a business. So it's quite tough, and I think people need to be a bit more aware of that. I think when you're kind of from the outside looking in, it really feels like you have access to a population of, a little bit under 500 million, 70% of which are under 30, so it feels very promising, but it's still quite difficult. The second one, and which I think is now what's also starting to change in the ecosystem, is at around pre-Series B, Series B, there's less capital available, so there's a little bit of a vacuum at that stage. It makes it really hard for companies to stitch rounds together.
Okay, absolutely fascinating. So what would you say is the biggest barrier today for scaling the next global champion from the GCC? Johannes, would you like to speak to that first?
Khalid, you can go first.
Like, pointing out the single challenge, I think, is not an easy question to answer because it's an ecosystem, right? It's a cohesion of multi-dimensional factors that we have to think about. I would touch on the expectations of the entrepreneurs. I think there is so much work that needs to be done around basically understanding the local context and matching it with proven frameworks or basically guidelines that we've already seen work in developed markets. So really, for me, two interesting aspects is really understanding that entrepreneurship is a career option. Like this on its own, although it might sound as obvious and as straightforward as of a concept, but like really understanding this and then the magnitude of scale with technology that you can bring is something really important. So the more discussions like the one we're having right now, the more we can really build that expectation and what does it mean really and what is the opportunity there for us to build up. We've talking about the policies. Stephanie was talking about the policies and really understanding how do you scale and from basically pockets in the region to how do we build bridges. There's a lot of work that has been done in the past decade, but now we are really talking about unicorns and how do we really double down on the 350 million kind of in the pan-Arab region, Middle East and North Africa. And then we are talking about really bridging those gaps and understanding that in the workforce and the skill set we need to basically fulfill. We're talking about basically product development know-how and product design earlier when we were just kind of talking about the potential talking points. And I remember when I started like 10 years ago, we were talking about robotics and hardware and software. We couldn't find even a program that graduates product designers for us to attract and build. We were okay with building the skill and know-how, but even the funnel itself at its source, if we are looking at academic programs as the producer of the workforce and the basic skill, the starting point basically for skill set and talent wasn't there. So really these are at least a couple pointers. I'm just talking about it is from our experience and how we can really build the next champions or generation of champions from the region. I don't know. Frances, your thoughts?
Yeah, so the question was how can we build the next generation of champions from our region, right? As Khalid said, they need to know the know-how and they need to know actually the tricks of the ecosystem and how it works actually. It's not just raising funds and just having the product. It's them. It's the founder himself. It's whom does he approach? Who are the people he wants to have on board with him? You can reach out to anyone, any person to come and fund you, but it's not the person you want to have with you. I always say choosing a person in being your business partner is as choosing your life partner. It's someone who would stay on board with you, will have decisions with you, will be making decisions with you. So you need to pick who are the people around you. You need to invest in your team so you can cope with any changes that you would change in the product and adapt as much as the ecosystem changes or let's say the product changes. Because I think every day we're evolving and every day we're changing and every day we're growing. And I also have something to say is a lot of people say failed entrepreneurs are a higher number than entrepreneurs who succeeded. This is not true. This is not true. You know, I personally believe that 90% of the entrepreneurs have failed, but some stood there at failure and some stood up and moved on, and you call them now people who succeeded, but the people who succeeded have failed already. I failed, everyone failed, I failed a couple of times. It's not a shame, it's not something bad. I think it's your best friend for success.
Stephanie, you'd agree with that?
I love what you said.
Thank you so much.
Both of you, actually, so I'm just going to copy off of your answers. But I would say three things. I think expanding into... So I think most backers really here, just like us at NUA, we have a regional thesis. You do have to build a regional business. So market expansion is very pricey, and it's pricey in terms of effort and actual financials. So to be fair, Saudi is a growth market, and a lot, I think, has happened to make it easier to expand into Saudi, but also to launch into Saudi. So I think things are definitely trending in the right direction. The second one would be talent. And the thing with talent is that there's a lot of talent in the region, but it's not specialized in everything, right? You can't get everything right, from the get-go. So I think there's certain types of talent that you'll definitely find in different pockets of the region, and then you can kind of arbitrage a little bit. But there's certain things that we lack because it's very new, and we haven't necessarily had exposure to these types of companies. So I'm talking data analytics or specific types of technologies. I think that's kind of rather early in the region. So in that sense, how do we solve for that? Cross-pollination is a big one. A lot of people are looking to move into the region. A lot of people see their lives in the region. I mean, look at us all here today. Next week, we're all going to different conferences. So there's a lot going on. And I would say that the third one is what you said, and you put it so beautifully. And I think the profile of founders, and what we're starting to see is there's lineage that's starting to be obvious between companies. So the previous large companies that succeeded have sort of had this flywheel effect, where you have a new generation of founders that come in, but they've been exposed to what it's like to build a company, what it's like to scale a company, what it's like to fail and learn from failure. Because to be fair, we're not yet really good at this in the region. And having examples of people who failed and come and say, look, I messed up. I had no idea what I was doing, but part of doing this is also figuring it out as you go. So I think these are three things I would say.
It's such an interesting conversation on this topic of failure because, as Her Highness says, everyone fails at something before they succeed. Do you think this industry gets a bad rep because it glamorizes success stories rather than focuses on the failures first?
You got me there. You know what? Yes, and we've all, played a role in this. I think we're all a little bit guilty of that. Could we have done it differently? Maybe, but we haven't. And I think can you fault, everybody for wanting to really push this narrative? Because it was important to build a different narrative of the region and say, look, there's a lot being done. There's companies being built. There's value being created across the board. And before there were players that were covering that, that was not the case. So I think it was important to celebrate. It was important to say, there's Mudassir building, there's Ronaldo building Souk, there's Maktoub, and it did play a role. So sometimes you kind of have to push a little bit to get the right type of attention and then show really what's going on.
Carla, can I ask you to weigh in on that as well, but also maybe share a little bit about your own entrepreneurial journey, because you started your business here, you've landed in Silicon Valley, you've moved over to Canada, you've jumped around. I want to understand what the biggest barrier to your growth has been and how you think about this issue of failure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think I would want to start with that. I think reflecting on the past decade and the coming 10 years, which was kind of the anchor of the conversation, is that we really need to embrace the learnings, honestly, across the spectrum, and use that to think about the whole process. In tech, we talk about staged funding, we staged kind of venture, and then staged learning, I think, is the name of the game today. And with my own personal journey, again, mind you, this was 10 years ago, okay? I literally started my journey in 2012, and 2014 was the venture. So think 10 years. If you are in Doha, if I'm from the region, think 10 years ago in 2012. How was the streets of Doha? And so that hopefully will give you a signal of the ecosystem. So I was really building a robotics company. Literally, I want to build the cooking robot of the future. So as I mentioned earlier, we struggled even around finding. I was thinking about assembling my founding team. Yes, I built a working prototype. We proved the technology works. But now we want to really build a company. And I struggled in finding someone with product design background. I even couldn't find new grad that can work on the job and learn on the job, just because the program did not exist. And I also understand because, hey, our academic programs are tailored for the market and the availability of opportunities. So thinking about product design and new venture and tech back then it wasn't even a mainstream conversation. And then that led me to, hey, for me, if I want to build an ecosystem and contribute to this mission and vision of Qatar 2030 in knowledge-based economy and diversifying the economy, then I've got to move and immerse myself into an ecosystem. I'll learn it from the ground up, really learn and rub shoulders from people around Google, Apple. There are so many expats, especially from the region. They have connections, and they really can bridge that context from locally understanding where I'm coming from all the way to the global standards that have been established in the Bay Area. And then life took me to Canada just because I was familiar, I had the network, and this kind of speaks to the trust and the importance, maybe one dimension I can touch on here and make sense as a segue is really building those bridges in the 10 years. So really what if my takeaway in the 10 years, speaking and reflecting on my experience, I'm so glad that I'm back here on such a platform, on the stage, sharing my knowledge and experience. It truly speaks to the mission to begin with that started more than 10 years ago, is to create those bridges, really immerse yourself in new environments that you can soak in all the information, all the knowledge, just like a sponge, and then give back to the community and contribute to it. And it's a chain, right? Like you start a company, you need a team, you need talent, and then you need training. So there is an accelerator program, or there is an incubation, some subsidy for rent because you are trying to hustle and build. And then you need a platform to talk and display and engage in networking, and then build the network, and so on and so forth. So to me, it's staged learning. It's the name of the game. And I think we are definitely building bridges, and we are looking in the 10 years coming ahead. I think let's embrace all the failures, all the learnings, all the takeaway, and fine-tune it across the spectrum.
Can I add something maybe to that? I think it's really important to realize how difficult it is what you did, to be honest. And I think you had to do that because, very transparently, the ecosystem was not ready for what you were building. And maybe to kind of touch back on the maturity of the ecosystem, perhaps it's a bit more informed today for an Else Labs to come and launch. And there's still some teething mistakes that will be made. But on your point in building, to your point of building bridges, as we start seeing more regional champions being built, it's even more important now to make sure that we have the right partners in different regions. So thinking, off the top of my head, do we have the right partners in Southeast Asia? Do we have the right partners in Europe? Do we have the right partners even in Turkey? Before thinking of the West, even. As our companies look to expand into markets that have similar characteristics.
Johannes, could you add to that as well?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. So I would say, what is the single biggest barrier to...
Sorry, what is what? I can't hear you.
What's the biggest barrier, would you say, in the region to building regional champions?
I think knowledge.
Knowledge.
Yeah, I think for entrepreneurs who come from the Arab world, actually comes with a lot of, we'll call it something good. They're very passionate, they're very excited, they come with a lot of excitement, and they come in very strong, and they're yet not that knowledgeable when it comes to being a founder of a startup. They're not very open to learn as much. So I think that is one of the greatest obstacles we always face. And as a solution for that, when they started joining accelerator programs and incubators to learn how to pitch and to learn how to convince the investor or grow their business, it went very smooth with them. The other day I was sitting back there, and there's a guy that came up to me and pointed out and said, "I remember you. Do you remember me?" And I said no. And he told me, 5 years ago, you gave me comments on my startup, and I did an exit 2 years ago. And you were the judge, you were a jury in the accelerator program, which we did for him. And I sat with him and I asked him, what did you learn? What was the thing you learned? He said, I felt like I learned something very new. I learned a lot of things I did not know. I thought that I was a very well-established entrepreneur, but actually it turned out me not being that knowledgeable about the small, let's say, tactics of being an entrepreneur. And he learned that from an accelerator program which Saudi government did, and he joined. So I think knowledge is one of the greatest things they should concentrate in to go global and to reach global standards. As Khalid went to Silicon Valley and now you're back here. things there are not even close to where we are, right? Like very high standards, very high, everything is very high, which we grew in a very, very fast pace, but we're not yet there. We want to be there, and I think being there needs a lot of work, and needs a lot of knowledge, and needs a lot of, let's say, exposure. Yeah. Needs a lot, at least, of personal exposure. I'm not speaking public exposure. Yeah. Like going there, when you went there, you learned a lot of things, didn't you? And when you come back here, you find people here still are not even close to what you've learned there.
I totally relate, but I do look at this differently a bit, if you allow me, Princesses, because to me, I also believe that there is some uniqueness here, right? People would relate you to be ex of Qatar. I'm telling them, no, I am the Khalid of Qatar.
Yeah, of course.
Like it's really, that's what it is. And I think acknowledging that reality and trying to build, and that's why I'm so pro building bridges and understanding. Yeah. I think life humbles you at the end of the day, whether you are an entrepreneur or a legislative member of the government that is concerned about innovation in the ecosystem, or an investor. I think it takes two to tango. It's about teamwork and thinking about us in the field, playing rugby, soccer, whatever. Let's use soccer as the World Cup, I think, is the reference here. But it's that people playing in the team. I know that you've got my back as a goalie. I know that you've got my back as someone is heading the team and will score a goal, and I'll like hold in the pitch in a way that we're all working together. So I think understanding that there is local context that we really need to understand deeply. I really remember stories about Namshi and Kareem. They're like heroes, right? Like they resemble the resilience of the ecosystem. And when they were trying to grow, whether from UAE to Egypt or from Saudi and like somewhere else with Kareem and the captain, so these notions that has dimensions ingrained in our socio-economic structure are crucial. That doesn't mean we don't have issues with stubbornness sometimes and unhealthy tenacity. We need to balance it out. But I think I just wanted to point the importance of the local context understanding and growing that really to be a model that we can export globally and not just import. Again, it's an exchange, I think, process. It's not one-way, bidirectional.
It's a really, really good point. And we only have about a minute left, so I wanted to do a quick rapid fire round. I like asking this question because I think it's really valuable to everyone in the audience. What's the best piece of advice that the three of you can offer anyone who's scaling a business in this region to the world? Khalid, first to you quickly.
I think maybe I'll echo what the princess said, is that like be open-minded, everything is on the table, listen, listen, listen. I know I'm stating the obvious, but it's not easily practiced. Like people would say this, but it takes attitude, patience, and knowing yourself to really listen and take what you need and really move forward and focus on growth. Stephanie?
Look, it's really easy to lose motivation in this industry. Specifically if you're a founder, it's tough. Not everybody can do this. But it's also very important to remain humble, and I think to know when to take feedback and when perhaps not to take that piece of feedback. So I would say really building either official or unofficial bench of people you could tap into, whether you just want to brainstorm or you want to rant or you want to, particularly if you don't have a co-founder, I think that's super important, and do that as early as possible.
Your Highness?
My advice is always try to keep the passion alive inside you and be passionate in whatever you do.
A very nice way to end our conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please again make them feel welcome. Khalid, Stephanie, and Her Highness, we appreciate you listening in.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage CEO of Web Summit, Catherine Marr.
So, since its launch in 2017, TikTok has become one of the world's leading digital platforms and a cultural juggernaut. With over 1.5 billion monthly active users, what are the opportunities for brands, and how does TikTok maintain a startup at scale? For the past 5 years, our next speaker has been responsible for TikTok's global operations, business strategy, partnership, sales operations, helping the company generate $14.3 billion in revenue in 2023, a 52% year-on-year increase. To share his insights, this will be a good one, please welcome, in conversation with Armin Georgian from France 24, Blake Chanley, the President of Global Business Solutions for TikTok. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Or I guess most of you are already here, actually. So great to be here, and so nice to be with Blake Chanley. He has huge experience in global business strategy, not only through his work for TikTok now, but previously for Facebook and Yahoo as well. So hopefully we'll give you some good nuggets for those who might want to brand or market themselves on the platform. And we'll also touch on some of the more juicy political issues, the Chinese ownership and so forth. As a political journalist, I can't really avoid that completely. So, Blake, first of all, how did you build your global audience?
How did I build the global presence?
Global presence.
Through a lot of hard work. Listen, I think that TikTok, one, allows for the global build. It's universally embraced all over the world, every country in the world, with the exception of a few. And it's been a phenom. And there are a couple platforms that have done that. We saw it back, probably 20 years ago almost with Google. We saw it over a decade ago with Meta and Facebook. And TikTok's fortunate enough to be the next big platform, which then begs the question of how do you, continue to iterate, how do you improve, how do you monetize, how do you allow different voices, how do you manage that from a policy, a community guidelines, policy moderation perspective, how do you enable brands and partners to take advantage of this massive audience? And so we've spent the last 5 years, 2.5 of which were, as we all know, done virtually during COVID, so it created a whole nother set of challenges. But it's been it's been an interesting journey.
And it's worth just reminding everyone that you are not a social platform, but an entertainment platform. That's an important part of scaling up.
Yeah. So similar to other platforms, we have a feed-based interface, right? But rather than some of the other platforms, the content you see on TikTok is not contingent upon relationships with individuals, right? So it's not your social network, i.e. friends, family, which is what Instagram and Facebook and some others are geared off of. The algorithms and the way we serve content is based on your interests. And so the easiest way to explain it is I consume certain content, and my graph will be filled with sports and food and travel, whereas Armin, yours might be the arts and something else, right? And that's all algorithmically driven and uses machine learning and math to serve that.
So this goes to the idea of communities, of TikTok communities. How would you describe that exactly?
Well, communities is interesting because communities...
Community talks was the word I was looking for, sorry.
Community talks are essentially the concept of, I have different interests, right? And then the biggest one probably on the platform now is book talk, where people go in and the hashtag book talk has been shared tens of billions of times. The concept is you have people that love to read, you have authors, you have publishers, they're all geared around a community around reading, right? And it allows people to discover new authors, to find or rediscover old books. We have similar places in beauty talk, right, where amazing creators and content, and the most interesting one I find is called Clean Talk. Clean Talk are people that are fascinated with cleaning, right? Cleaning your home, doing laundry,
Okay.
whatever it might be. There's a massive community of billions of people that enjoy that.
And music is a huge thing on TikTok as well.
Yeah.
So, and again, there you're kind of bridging generations in a way because you've got people being either introduced to, say, Fleetwood Mac, which would be more your or my generation, and Doja Cat, for example, for another generation.
Yeah, I think if you look at the history of TikTok and back to its predecessor, which is Musical.ly, right?
Yeah.
It was very much grounded in music, right? And at the time, it might have been music and lip syncing and dancing. And now it's evolved to, but music is an underlying important part of the experience, and it really ties to culture, right? Both new and old artists. It allows people to be kind of entertained, and our mission is to inspire creativity and bring joy. And music brings joy to lots of people. And so it's an underlying part of the experience, yeah.
So let's talk a bit about branding on TikTok, and with that idea of communities in mind, what is it that a company should do or should not do if they want to market themselves with you?
Yeah, it's evolved. I mean, I think that in the beginning, when we were launching, our branded offerings, it was very much around hashtag challenges and how do we get people to engage and share, and it's evolved, right? But the couple key principles for brands or entrepreneurs or startups, whatever it might be, and we certainly work with the biggest brands in the world, and we work with some of the most amazing startups. One is about being authentic, right? And so authenticity is very, very different. If you see something on TikTok, whether it's a piece of content or a brand that doesn't feel authentic, it just doesn't feel right in the feed. It just doesn't feel like it's enhancing your experience. So authenticity is key, and delivering some form of value. And value is not the concept of incentives. Value is a form of cultural relevance, entertainment, which is the underlying kind of piece of the whole thing. So brands have to think a little differently. And it's around letting go a little bit, sometimes working with creators, both global and local creators. Sometimes it's around just the brand being authentic and coming up with an interesting way to engage with and interact with their audience on TikTok.
So obviously it's about brands really understanding their community, also where they want to go in the world, I guess, because consumer behavior varies. It's not the same in Korea as in Britain.
Yeah.
And what about things that might seem obvious to you or me, but really good video production, the whole visual aspect of promoting yourself, because we live in such a hyper-visual age. How important would that be, do you think?
Yeah, I would say that's one of our biggest areas for educating brands. Remember, brands have spent the last 50 years building very curated, amazing television content, right? Which is high production quality.
Yeah.
It's a different feeling than what people expect on TikTok. On TikTok, they want a little bit more raw. They want it to be authentic. They want people to, some of our most successful brand campaigns are campaigns where brands have actually made mistakes, right? It's not this perfectly curated, but that means everything from the creative process, meaning when you engage the creator, the first process people would say is, hey, give them a very detailed brief and tell them what to say. Creators just don't like that. They want to get a brief that says, here's my brand, here's what I want to say, and they'll let the creator go and do that. And often it's filmed on a mobile phone, the vast majority of time, because that's the experience the user is expecting versus the high quality film production.
So to come back, just to rewind a tiny bit, there could be certain products which would work really well with a kind of rough and ready video quality because people are used to kind of almost a home video feel in a way. Would that be fair?
Yeah, and some of the biggest brands in the world, the Gucci's of the world and others, have done an amazing job evolving from here's my film, which they'd show in a lot of our places, to how do you enable creators to take that and to work with that, obviously within their guidelines, creative guidelines, but do it in a way that's a little bit more raw, a little bit more authentic. We've seen some amazing, strong production quality as well, but the vast majority of the work we see thinks a little differently about the platform.
So I think some people here might be wondering if they're starting out, should they work with influencers to develop their brand on the platform? What would you say to that?
So there are, it's interesting. we don't look at them as influencers. We look at our creator community as creators, because anybody can be a creator. Anybody in this room can be a creator if they want to. You have major influencers, and there's a guy, Kabi Lame, who's now got 161 million followers on TikTok, right? But TikTok, at one point, he had 0 followers. And he evolved himself to the point now he's a international superstar, getting massive deals from the likes of Gucci and others, right? But he would be considered, I would call it, an influencer. But finding the next folks is not about the biggest and most users, which is kind of like, it's different, right? And what you want to find is someone who connects with your brand, who shares the same values, who has an interesting community of followers, whether it's be around food or travel, that you want to connect with that audience. And those are the relationships, those creator relationships are the ones that we think have the most impact.
So staying authentic is still perhaps the single most important thing when a brand is kind of trying to scale up to up its advertising and marketing.
Yeah, listen, anything can, a great piece of content on TikTok, regardless of whether you've got someone who's got 100 followers or 25 million followers, a great piece of content will go viral on the platform, right? But that content has to follow all of the things we talked about earlier. So it's around educating brands to find their voice on the platform. How do you have that voice? How do people discover it? How do you measure, right? Which is important. So it's just breaking down some of the myths of advertising.
So maybe the 2 favorite characters in this Web Summit has been AI, and I want to ask you about what tools you've been using and how that relates to people who might want for people who might want to work on the platform to market themselves.
AI is something it's a tip of every. You can't go to any conference. I was out in Davos earlier this year, and everything was AI, right? To the point it became a little bit of a running joke. The AI is nothing new, right? Machine learning has been around for a while. The functionality and the usage and the application of it is changing, and we've seen some amazing examples in the last week. And with the text-to-video work that we're seeing, the way we look at it, right, and within TikTok is we use the simple math of machine learning against billions of pieces of content and billions of signals within that content to identify the right kind of behavior that might introduce a piece of content that Armin might like, right? And the simple way, and I'll oversimplify it, is to say, if Blake Chanley, right, likes piece of content number 1, 2, 3, and I also like piece of content number 6, right? Armin, you might like the same piece of content 1, 2, 3, but you might like piece number 12. We will serve you 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to see which of those appeals to you, and we'll serve me the same. And when we find those common denominators, is what triggers it, right? So it's around finding the mathematical equation that works for each of us. And to apply that at 1.1, 1.2 billion monthly users is how we apply it from an algorithm perspective, right? We apply the same algorithm on the ad side of the business, where we're trying to identify the right content for the right user, or the right ad for the right user at the right time, right? And doing that tens of billions of times a day. The other application is one that's a little bit kind of cooler, which is how do we use generative content, or how do we use tools to allow businesses to go in and write a script, or to create a TikTok that otherwise might be difficult for them to create. And so, like a lot of others, we have a Copilot type technology that says, type in what you want to accomplish, give me some description of your brand, who's the audience you're trying to reach, and what's the personality of this ad, and we will write that script for you. And then the next obvious leap from that is we'll put the creative behind it. And that's where the whole world's going, quite frankly, pretty quickly. So,
I was going to ask you as well about the whole shorts phenomenon of the short kind of mini videos on different platforms. Does that offer branding opportunities?
The short what? I'm sorry?
Shorts.
Oh, the shorts.
Yeah. Reels.
Listen, I think that 3 years ago, we were really the primary player in short-form video. What happened was consumer behavior changed fundamentally, right? So like other platforms before us, when you start to change consumer behavior, other people will follow. And so, that's the greatest form of flattery. Certainly, Reels has done a phenomenal job building short-form capability in. Shorts has done it. Some other players have introduced Amazon's introducing some things within their commerce platform. So I think short-form video is not constrained to us, right? It's become a behavioral change. And so, with that means, the more that we can do as the pioneer in the space to help brands or creators, whoever, get through that will benefit all the other platforms. Their strength and their success actually helps, right? Because it breaks down creative barriers, because people don't just do one thing on one platform. Now they can use similar creator capabilities across multiple platforms. So it's really the invention of an industry, so to speak.
This year, you're going to be what you call integrating commerce, so opening TikTok shops in various countries. Yeah. Just tell us a bit more about that, and again, if you can maybe relate that to the whole question of branding opportunities.
Yeah. So it's not so the ability for people to find content and things they like online is not new, right? Like I was watching the Bezos film on the plane on the way over here, where Jeff and the beginning of Amazon and how he went from concept to the first book sold, right? And that was very much driven by the functional behavior associated with making it easier to buy online versus walking to a physical store. And it compared him versus Barnes & Noble, which is a big superstore for, used to be a bigger superstore. And so what we saw probably 3 or 4 years ago was a behavior which we at some point coined TikTok made me buy it, right? Which was this interesting concept where big and small brands would have a presence in the platform, then they, for whatever reason, they would go viral and they would sell out anywhere they were. So you couldn't buy a certain cheese, or you couldn't buy a certain soft drink, or whatever it might be, right? And so this concept of TikTok made me buy it and the ability to influence purchase behavior, got us to think that there could be an e-commerce play there. Now, at the same time, we were experimenting with e-commerce and open platform, and we transitioned that to a closed platform, and we launched TikTok Shops, right? And TikTok Shops is something that one of our sister companies opened up in China market, Douyin, very, very successfully. And so the behavior was people would identify either via short-form video or through live, so live streaming. They'd introduce, creators would introduce their favorites, X, right? People would be able to buy it real time in a closed loop, in a closed environment. And so we launched TikTok Shops in the Southeast Asian market, specifically Indonesia, but it extended to other markets within Southeast Asia about 18 months ago. And then we launched in the UK, we've launched in the US, and we'll launch in a number of other markets over the next few months across Europe and parts of potentially Middle East. And the idea is, how do we enable brands to connect, get discovered and connect with an actual purchase in real time on the platform, right? And it's happened to tie at the same time with this amazing movement towards just buying through platforms. So you have big players like Temu, Shein, Lazada, other big commerce players that are coming as well. And so we're seeing an enormous opportunity. We think it's this concept of shoppertainment, we think globally is probably a $3 trillion opportunity that we think we have an opportunity to really win in.
Blake, I want to change gears a little bit as in the last few minutes of this talk about the question of disinformation. We have some very important elections this year in the EU, in the US. We're going to see a lot of deep fakes in the election campaigns. We're going to have fake user accounts trying to influence voters' behavior. How does TikTok see its role in all of that?
So it's not an understatement to say this is one of the most important election years in history. I think that half the world's population will be going to the polls and electing an official in the next 9 or 10 months. That's never happened before, where half the world's population has gone through it. It puts an enormous amount of responsibility on all of us as platforms to make sure that we are, one, protecting our users, our communities, from that kind of information, whether it be misinformation, disinformation, deep fakes, right? And then two, obviously making sure that this doesn't unduly influence outcomes of these elections. And so, we, like a lot of others, are working, on a number of areas around both policy, right? So policy, community guidelines. We're working with industry bodies to make sure we have the right, technology, community guidelines, technology, and then the ability to moderate very, very quickly in order to keep up with a lot of this. it is it's a big challenge. You're talking about billions of people on a monthly basis, making sure that every piece of information is correct and factually correct. I think when it comes to the intentional deep fakes, as an industry, we've gotten much better than we were in the last presidential election, I would say. I think what happens is when users start talking to each other, whether it be in the actual video or in comments, is where we are doing a lot of work right now to make sure we keep our community safe.
Blake, I have to bring up one criticism that's been made of TikTok, and I'm sure you know the Forbes magazine looking a few months ago, they looked into political messages on TikTok. And their conclusion was that users in Europe had been, well, in their words, flooded with propaganda, for example, talking about the Xinjiang region in China as this wonderful tourist destination. Now, you and I obviously know all the problems, the repression of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, but somebody that doesn't read the New York Times, a 14-year-old, just seeing a TikTok video backed by a Chinese state media company, that's a problem, isn't it, if we're talking about disinformation?
Listen, anything in misinformation is a problem, regardless of whether it's China-based or the recent Israel-Hamas situation. Anything where there's misinformation that could unduly bias someone's opinion on something is something we need to prevent from the platform. And so, again, going back to whether it's through policies, whether it's through technology, moderation, we're working hard to prevent that from happening. And we especially want to protect it from anything happening to our younger audiences. You mentioned like a 14-year-old. There's a lot of work being done by the industry, and certainly we feel like we're a leader in that. In how do we manage any kind of content going to younger users? Because to us, that's just not acceptable behavior. And we can do things like we were the first company to, from a political perspective, we were the first and I think really the only company still to ban political advertising. Right? That means anybody wants to pay for content that's political in any way or issue-based, we just won't allow on the platform. And then we have to follow through with that on organic content.
Yeah, but I suppose the problem with that is that there are agencies which are not technically government agencies, but in line with, let's say, for example, the Chinese view on Xinjiang or Taiwan. That would be a kind of loophole in terms of the ban on political advertising.
Yeah, these state-affiliated media groups we typically have regulations against. So we want to make sure they're not unduly filling the platform with content that shouldn't be there. And so it's easy those are easy to identify and target. Like that's an easy technical fix. The bigger issue are the unknowns. Right? It's not the state-affiliated media groups that we actually have an issue with. It's them. It's other groups that are kind of trying to pass information along that maybe shouldn't be on the platform, is misleading or inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. So
just very quickly, Blake, because we only have a minute left, but there are these moves now, legal moves against TikTok by the European Commission and the US. Does that present a kind of image problem for the company, or are you quite relaxed about that?
We're not relaxed. I mean, typically the regulatory environment, across the U.S. has been, we worked really closely with the U.S. government over the last 4 or 5 years, specifically around data privacy and security. We're having the same conversations with the European Union and the regulators in Europe. Some of the regulatory actions that were taking place were some things from, say, 4 or 5 years ago against younger audiences, which have been resolved. But I feel like we have a proactive relationship with governments, and we'll continue to work with them to come up with solutions that protect users, whether they be European users or US or anywhere else in the world.
Let's wrap it on that, and please thank Blake, who's come especially from Singapore for this panel, and he's going back again tomorrow morning, is it, or tonight?
1:30 a.m.
1:30 a.m. So dedication if you ever saw it. Thank you, Blake.
Awesome. Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right, here we are. the final talk of Web Summit Qatar 2024. We want to leave you with a talk that is going yeah, woo! Yeah, that's right. Get some energy in the room. That's all right. We can whoop it up. In fact, we can whoop it up. We want to leave you with a talk that's going to propel you into the rest of the year, understanding how technology can unlock your full performance potential. I have to say, I'm particularly excited about this one as a fitness enthusiast. Whoop is building one of the world's most valuable wearables businesses that is trusted by top athletes, including Michael Phelps, Patrick Mahomes, and Rory McIlroy. Please welcome me in conversation with Jillian Wolf from Reuters Plus to talk about how using technology to unlock your peak performance with the founder and CEO of Whoop, Will Ahmed.
All right. Lucky last.
Good to be here.
It's good to be here. I want to ask the audience, does anybody have a wearable on their body? A wearable fitness device? Quite a lot. Look at that. Look at that. I think by the end of this talk, you might all be, we may double it.
Well, we'll try.
We may double it. We may double it. So I love to always start conversations like this around impact. What motivated you to get into the wearable industry? You can tell us a little bit about yourself. What motivated you to get into the wearable industry? And what made you want to make an impact on the world with this device?
Well, when I first got interested in health monitoring, I wouldn't say it was necessarily even an industry yet. So this is maybe 12, 14 years ago. I was just a student at Harvard, and I felt like I didn't know what I was doing to my body while I was training as an athlete. I was playing squash in school, and I just genuinely felt like athletes, myself included, didn't know what they were doing to their bodies. Overtraining, undertraining, misinterpreting fitness peaks, getting injured. You know, how does recovery, sleep fit into the mix? These were sort of basic questions I thought that I was asking about my own training and my own experience as an athlete, and I wasn't getting very good answers. And that led me down this rabbit hole of physiology research and really trying to identify metrics that I thought you could measure to give a deep insight into the human body. And really a lot of the technology that I was looking at back then was medical technology. I was very interested in sleep labs, so the PSG machine that could measure everything about your sleep. I was interested in electrocardiograms and how they could measure heart rate variability very accurately. The chest strap, which was a very kind of cumbersome but effective way to measure heart rate during exercise. And I asked myself, well, if you could take some of this very sophisticated medical technology and put it in a very small form factor, something that people could wear all the time, what could you unlock about the human body? And that really set out this journey of building Whoop. And I founded it my senior year at Harvard, which was in 2012. And so it's been an amazing journey since.
So it is a competitive market, right? What about your technology makes it stand out from the rest?
Well, it's interesting if you look at the wearables industry over the last, let's call it 12 years since we've started. 12 years ago, the industry didn't really exist. And then out of the gates came all these step counters. So you had products from Nike and Under Armour and Adidas, startups like Fitbit at the time, Jawbone, and these were largely step counters. So products that would essentially measure how much your arm moved. And I was skeptical of those as a real introduction to the market because I didn't think they were going to give you a deep insight into the human body. A lot of what Whoop is doing is deeply measuring the human body. We collect an enormous amount of data on the human body, everything about your physiology and your sleep and your performance, and we do that at a medical grade level. And that just requires a lot more data collection, a lot more rigor around data. And so a lot of our differentiation has been true even when the wearables industry started. It's still true today, which is just a deep, deep focus on accuracy. If you want to really be able to measure your body, Whoop is still the best product in the market.
Let's talk about that data. how protected is that data? Obviously, there's a lot of privacy concerns right now with these emerging technologies. How protected is the data that you collect from your consumers?
Yeah, it's incredibly protected. I mean, we've never had a data hack or leak. We've published our privacy principles on our website, which first and foremost state that you own your data. Whoop is not in the business of selling your data. You know, a lot of big technology companies will give you a product at a discount or even for free with the goal of monetizing you.
Right.
And that's just not our business model. We sell a subscription, you know, $20 a month. The hardware is included. You get a great wearable that measures everything about your body. And that's the product. That's what we're selling. So we're really focused on data privacy, security, and I think we have the most forward-looking privacy principles that protect the consumer of anyone in the market.
Which is really, really important. I love, we have so many new technologies, right, coming out with AI functionality that your team must be testing out with many new facing features. Can you tell us about a software feature that you tested and decided not to roll out in the past? And then also, what's something that you doubled down on? What's something that your team was really excited about?
Well, we've certainly looked at a lot of different categories around measuring the human body, around collecting data. There's an enormous number of things that we're looking at right now or we've explored in the past that we felt like weren't quite ready to go out to the market. When we put something out in the market, it has to stand up to all of our data quality that we've done for all of our other product introductions, whether it be sleep, whether it be stress, whether it be strength training, some of these new features that we've recently launched. In terms of something that we've launched recently that's very closely tied to AI, we recently announced a partnership with OpenAI, which has become one of the bigger large language model players. And what this effectively allows you to do is to go into the Whoop app and interact very directly with Whoop about your data. So you can ask questions like, what workout should I do today? Am I getting sick? Why is this metric elevated or unusual? You know, do I sleep better in the winter or the summer? Plot my heart rate variability over the last 3 years and tell me how it compares to people like me. I mean, you can really do a very rigorous amount of investigation in an unstructured way, which I think is what's really exciting about large language models and exciting about introducing this technology with Whoop. I think at the end of the day, a lot of the generative AI capabilities will almost be a commodity. And so what will be unique is the data sets that they're trained on or that they sit atop. And for Whoop, we have a very unique data set because it's 24/7 health monitoring. It's a wearable that's on your body that you can charge without ever taking off. And it's super accurate. And so to pair that with generative AI is just, I think, really exciting.
I like what you just said. You said 24/7 hour health monitoring. And back in the day, we would go to doctors' offices maybe once a year, right, for our annual health checkup. And they would tell us our blood pressure and our heart rate and whatnot, our weight. But something like this device you have on your body 24/7, and you can tell if there's something wrong, or perhaps it helps you with the preparedness in going to a doctor early if something were to happen. How can something like this device help in perhaps pandemic preparedness or a oncoming heart attack or something like that? How can this help in preventative health?
If you look at, you know, the healthcare system in general, I think a lot of the problems with the healthcare system is that it's focused on curative costs. And curative costs are more expensive, and in many cases, they're too late. And so if you can shift curative costs to being preventative costs, you can really improve the overall healthcare system. What's, I think, powerful about wearable technology, and particularly Whoop, is this idea of continuously measuring the body and therefore being able to provide preventative data and giving someone an insight into something that's going to happen before it happens, or giving someone an insight into something that they can't feel. I mean, so much of the original thesis for founding Whoop was this idea that you can't feel everything that's happening inside your body.
Right.
Your body has signals that are suggestive of what's going on that you can measure, but you may not be able to feel. A great example was during the pandemic of COVID-19, and Whoop identified that an elevated respiratory rate could be a predictor of COVID-19. This was enormous research that we did with Cleveland Clinic and CQU. We published a peer-reviewed paper, and we were able to show that an elevated respiratory rate could be predictive of COVID 2 to 3 days before even symptoms.
That's incredible.
And what we then saw is all these people seeing in Whoop that they had this elevated respiratory rate. We then would create an alerting system for when people had an elevated respiratory rate to tell them and explain why they might have an elevated respiratory rate. And the consequence of that was all these people realizing they had COVID before they even felt sick and going to get tested when they otherwise might not have. Right? That's a pretty powerful case study on continuous health monitoring, and also this notion that there are things going on in your body that you can't feel. Some of the most profound messages that I get from Whoop members are now messages of how Whoop has actually saved someone's life.
Wow.
And you get an email like, subject, Whoop saved my life. Wow. And then it's a story about how an individual was looking at their data and all these things were out of whack and they had all these different alerts and they went to go see a doctor and next thing you know they were having a heart attack or they were having a stroke or they realized they had some disease state. And it's quite profound that we're seeing this right now, and I can only imagine where it's going to be in 12 months, 24 months, and so forth. So it's a super exciting time, I think, to be in this space.
You saved my life. That must mean something to you as the founder of this wearable device.
Look, it's unbelievably motivating, right? The fact that you can build technology that has that kind of an impact on people's lives. I read these testimonials to the entire company every week.
Right.
Just to, ground people in the work that we do is really making a difference and really making an impact. It's not just a question of, selling more devices and generating more revenue, but it's, hey, every one of these that we put out in the world is a chance to change someone's behavior, to improve someone's life, dare I say, to save someone's life.
Right. And impact is what we're talking about here today, the impact of technology, the impact on our health and well-being. We've got people here in the audience potentially wearing this device. We've got people all over the world, but you also have athletes wearing this device. Tell us about some of the athletes that are wearing this on their arm.
The origin story for Whoop was working with the world's best athletes. Yeah. And I thought that was a good strategy for two reasons. The first was, in 2014, 2015, overtraining was kind of at an all-time high, and we were introducing a tool to measure recovery, to be able to tell you how hard to train, and I thought that professional athletes making millions of dollars would want to use this technology, would really need it. The second reason was that we felt if we could get the world's best athletes to organically wear Whoop. And when I say organically, I mean we weren't paying them to wear it. They were wearing it because they got value out of it. Well, if we could do that, we could actually build a whole brand around performance and make Whoop an aspirational company. And so those were the two reasons that we started with the world's best athletes, and those largely turned out to be the right strategies. So, over the last 10 years, we've worked with or partnered with athletes like LeBron James and Michael Phelps and Patrick Mahomes and Rory McIlroy and Kevin Durant. And, if you just scroll through Instagram, you'll often see Whoop on these professional athletes. And that's often how I first find out that someone's even wearing it, is just by seeing a photo of it on Tiger Woods or Cristiano Ronaldo or, these, frankly, goats, if you will, like the great, these great athletes. And I think it just speaks to the uniqueness of the technology. Like, again, would they be wearing this without us paying them if it didn't give them value?
Right.
And the fact that they do, again, it speaks to the mission of Whoop. It speaks to the product being aspirational. And if you look at health monitoring historically, I mean, it's been a very, dare I say, uncool space. I mean, often wearing a health monitor even suggests like something's wrong with you. And so to have, I think, these titans of their sport wear Whoop, it makes health monitoring cool and aspirational. And so if you're going to wear something on your body all the time, I think you want it to say something positive about you.
Right. And they're not the only humans of notoriety that are wearing the Whoop band. We're here in Qatar, where I think some people may be wearing it as well. I've also seen some photos of the Emir of Qatar wearing the Whoop band. Tell me about why you think the Whoop wearable device is so impactful in a region like this around the world.
Well, it's been amazing to see all the different world leaders wearing Whoop. We're very grateful that the leadership here in Qatar wears Whoop. And I think there's a certain gravitation to the product because it is, you know, the sort of the higher performance wearable in the market. It is the premium wearable in the market. And so if you're someone who cares about your health or your fitness, if you're generally motivated in your day-to-day life, Whoop tends to be the product that you gravitate to. So I think that's why we've had success with CEOs and world leaders and executives and some of these different sort of titans of their own industry. I think as it relates to the Gulf specifically, you know, there are a lot of health and fitness trends. I think ever since the pandemic, people have been caring more about their health and fitness. Certainly, we've seen a lot of growth here in Doha, here in Qatar. It's actually been one of our fastest growing markets in the last 12 months. So we really appreciate everyone here who's wearing Whoop.
I mean, and you've released some stats on your website as well. So some of the latest findings of the past year, quite funny. I personally am partially Australian, and I like this one. Australia goes to bed at the earliest around the world at 10:46 p.m., which is still kind of late, right? And that Qatar is the latest with an average bedtime of 1:50 a.m. I don't know what you're all doing, staying up that late.
It is actually pretty amazing that Qatar has the latest bedtime in our entire global population.
They're being too social.
And that's across some 215 countries now.
That's impressive. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. We've got a member in...
To be fair, they do sleep. They just wake up later.
They wake up later.
You're on a different schedule.
They like to sleep in, yeah. Sleep is very important, which you've also said with your stats. A member in Switzerland knows the power of sleep because he naps almost every day of the year, topping out 348 days last year. And then members in the US spend the most amount of time in bed, both active and passive, which is another interesting stat that you have. So this is great that you release these stats. I mean, what else have you found through these statistics that are coming in? What's meaningful for you that you're seeing from the statistics of the consumers that you have that's coming in? What's meaningful for you?
Well, I think one of the most exciting things is that people who join Whoop within 4 months start to see meaningful behavior change and health improvement. So we see people who have been on Whoop for a number of months, all of a sudden getting more sleep, their resting heart rates are decreasing, their heart rate variabilities are increasing, which is a sign of good health, good fitness. Often we'll see behavioral changes like huge reductions in alcohol consumption, cutting back on smoking. So, you know, again, all of these are really positive behavioral trends and you know, make us proud as a company that we're providing a service to consumers, which is positive.
Have we touched on AI coaching? I feel that you are running out this new program with AI coaching. Can you tell us a little bit about how that is more impactful than perhaps having your own personal trainer, or just the fact that this AI coach that you have on your device is going to be available 24/7, essentially?
I mean, I think the magic of the Whoop Coach is that you can ask it anything about your health and fitness, and it's going to have a huge plethora of data to answer your question. It'll answer your question based on your data, and it'll answer your question based on the enormous database that Whoop has. So, for example, if you want to understand how you sleep in comparison to people like you, that would be a very hard question to ask a trainer or a doctor. Like, they're just not going to have that information. Whereas Whoop has this enormous data set and can give you a very specific answer to that question. Feedback around what are things that I can change to be healthier, to be more fit. That's a question, again, it would look at my personal behavior, but then it would look at people like me who are a little bit healthier. Okay, well, what are certain things that folks like me are doing that are making them healthier? So, you know, Whoop is not outright trying to replace a personal trainer or trying to replace a doctor, but it is providing a service that can really augment those people in your life and can really, hopefully, give you a much deeper lens into your own body.
And where do you see this going, say 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now? What's your ultimate vision?
Well, I do think that preventative health monitoring will dramatically shift curative costs in the healthcare system to preventative costs, and I think as a consequence, extend longevity. And I mean that in really two contexts. One, I think people will live longer, but two, I also think the quality of life will be higher. So it won't just be that lifespans are 5, 10 years longer on average, it'll also be that the quality of those years is meaningfully better.
Right. We're talking about the people that wear this, the people that want to improve their health. What are the ways in which we can motivate more people to move around the world? What are some incentives? Can we gamify this? Is there something that we can motivate people to start building community around that, the accountability?
Yeah, it is worth saying that I think Whoop today does target a motivated person in their life. Like, they might not necessarily be motivated to run a marathon or improve their fitness, but they're generally motivated in life. Like, they've come to Whoop because they want to be a better father, a better executive, a better student. Like, there's something that drives them, and it might be in health and fitness too. And so we find that if you're motivated, when you start interacting with Whoop data, you're going to find ways to improve your life. I wouldn't say that Whoop today is for a person who says, I don't care and I'm not trying to get better. and I do think that's a harder use case. I think it's going to take time for that audience to be more successful. And I think eventually we will get to that audience, but we're not there today.
You've come a long way with Whoop, and you've obviously experienced some successes, but some pitfalls along the way, some challenges, some obstacles. What advice could you give to other aspiring founders within this space, those up-and-coming ones?
Well, the biggest thing I remind myself of is just keep going, because you have these enormous highs and lows and highs and lows, and it doesn't do you much good, riding that roller coaster. It's, I think, a little better to try to take a steady hand through all of it, and just acknowledge that there's going to be good days and bad days, and you have to keep going. I've tried as an entrepreneur to focus too on my own performance personally. Like, what are the things that I can control, right? A lot of a business and a business's performance is actually outside of your control. And so how are you empowering your team? How are you leading partnerships? How are you raising capital? How are you getting better at each of these categories of what it means to be a CEO? And I think as a founder, if you take an approach of, all right, I'm going to try to get 1% better every single day. Yes, while the business might be going through big swings, you as the leader can actually wake up 2 or 3 years later and realize that you're much more comfortable in the position, and you, in fact, have gotten more comfortable running this company.
How have you changed? I assume you wear your own device.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
How have you changed in terms of the data that you've received about your own health? What are some non-negotiables for you?
Well, Whoop has certainly made me focus more on sleep and recovery. I think entrepreneurs in general, and I was no different, are hard-charging people. You tell yourself if you put in more work, more hours, more, you're going to have a better outcome. And as you realize over time, you need to have some perspective of balance. You need to be able to train your body to recover from the stress. You need to identify things in your life that can actually help you overcome stress. And so, exercising daily, doing cold plunge, cold showers, meditating, having dinner with my family, these are things, and definitely sleep, these are things that for me have come non-negotiable, and in turn have actually allowed me to run harder at building a company. I think there's this perception of, well, if you're doing other things, or if you're feeling too stressed, you should just take on less stress. And I actually think you want to train your body to be able to take on more and more. But it's through learning these different mechanisms and strategies that allow you to do it.
I love that. We started the conversation on impact, and I like to end that there. What sort of legacy would you want to leave for the world, both as founder of Whoop and as a consumer? and when it comes to the impact that you would like to instill?
Well, our mission for the last 12 years has been to unlock human performance. I think we're going to continue on that mission for the next 10, and within it, it means improving people's lives and changing people's behavior, and when you look at a time frame of 3-5 years, it's going to be saving people's lives.
Saving people's lives. Yeah. What more impact could you want on the world, right? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this talk. This was such an insightful conversation. Will Ahmed, founder of Woot. Thank you so
Joanne.
much.
Thank you for having me.
It was wonderful.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, wow, crowded house. I love it. Thank you so much, Will, and thank you so much to every speaker who took the stage to share their insights and inspire our Web Summit community. That is basically it for us. But as you might know, this is actually going to be my last time I step on center stage as Web Summit CEO. I'm leaving, tomorrow's my last day, to go join NPR, which is America's most trusted public broadcaster in the United States, as their CEO and president. So thank you. Thank you. It's certainly bittersweet because I've had the most incredible time leading this wonderful company, this incredible event, being here with this incredible community of all of you. And I'm pretty sad to be stepping back from day-to-day duties of the business. But I will be staying on as chair of the board. And so I do hope to be at Web Summit events, still perhaps on the stage, just in a different role. I'll always feel a part of being part of this incredible community. So I want to thank all of you for coming and taking part in the first ever Web Summit in Qatar. I hope you made some deals. I've heard a few, so that's great. Some new friends and some memories. And it certainly doesn't stop after this event. The Middle East tech ecosystem is booming. That is really evident to all of us who are here, not just in the region, but connecting to the world. I've met some incredible founders and change makers from the region over the course of the last few days, all of whom fill me with tremendous excitement for the future. So we can't wait to come back and do it all again next year. Until then, ma salama. All right. Amazing. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day. Safe travels home. We'll see you again soon.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.